Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see all of you. Welcome to the Agoura Hills City Council meeting. Please silence all cell phones and other electronic devices. If you wish to speak tonight or submit a written comment, please complete a comment card for each item and submit it to the city clerk prior to the public comment portion of the item. I'm now going to call this meeting to order of May 8th, 2024, and I'm going to start with our land acknowledgement. The City of Agoura Hills acknowledges that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Chumash Nation. Descendants of Chumash still remain, and we honor and pay our respects to their elders and various groups that make up the past, present, and emerging as they continue their stewardship of our land and waters. We have a responsibility and commitment to elevate the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of the city of Agoura Hills, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. I'm now deferring to Girl Scout Troop 176, who's going to lead us in the flag salute tonight.
Good evening. We are Girl Scout Troop 176. Will the audience please rise? Color Guard advance. Color Guard post colors. Those not in uniform, please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color Guard dismissed. You may now be seated.
Thank you, Girl Scout Troop 176. Did you want to make some comments?
No, thank you.
Well, thank you very much
Thank you for having us
tonight. Next, we're going to defer to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Good evening. Councilmember Anstead?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Wolf?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Here.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Here.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have a quorum.
Thank you. No closed session was held tonight, so now we're moving to the approval of tonight's agenda. Will the maker of the motion and second to approve the agenda state your names?
Councilmember Wolf, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Councilmember Anstead seconds.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you. Well, now moving on to presentations and for Older American of the Year. And I'm going to invite Randy Paller to meet me over here. Okay, there we are. Hi, Randy. So good to see you again. Randy Paller, many of you already, if you don't know Randy Paller, now this is the time to make sure you introduce yourself. She and her husband, Gary, opened a real estate company in Agoura Hills in 1985, and in 1986, they moved here. The Pallers have 3 children, Ari, Michael, and Casey, and almost 9 grandchildren. That's amazing, with 1 due in just a few weeks. Randy has a background in public relations, and after participating in a Chamber of Commerce event, her interest sparked, and the rest is volunteer history. Her first volunteer position was to serve on the board of the city's first chamber, the Agoura Chamber of Commerce. Since its inception in 2004, 20 years ago, Randy has served as the Reyes Adobe Days, also known as RAD, chair, and participates in coordinating everything associated with the event. And the event is like a 3-day weekend. So we have, or a 4-day weekend, senior fiesta, night at the Adobe, bike ride, run, parade, the day in the park, and selecting the annual Reyes Adobe Days Grand Marshal. In preparation for and during Raise Adobe Days, Randy works with city staff, oversees the RAD Executive Committee and RAD volunteers, and encourages everyone to be the best they can be in serving the community during the city's signature event. This is a huge job, and she does it as a volunteer. RAD would not have grown to what it's today if it weren't for Randy Paller. Randy has also served on the City of Agoura Hills Business Task Force, bringing the Shop Local theme to Agoura Hills. She currently serves on the One City, One Book Committee, volunteers for Breakfast with the Bunny, volunteers at Community Services Days, and so much more. Quite often, her friend and troublemaker, Jerry Wolf, is with her. Randy also serves as a teacher for 3rd and 6th graders twice a week at Temple Etz Chaim. Later tonight, we will be acknowledging May as Jewish American Heritage Month, and Randy has enriched our community with her Jewish heritage. Randy is seen all over town walking, as she walks 5 to 6 days a week all over the place. Randy enjoys reading, the arts, music, and trying new foods. She loves being around people and is most passionate about her family and friends. Randy, on behalf of the City Council, congratulations on your award as the Agoura Hills Older American of the Year 2024. It's really, I can't get over that I'm even calling you the Older American. With all the work that you do and all the spirit and energy, you should really be the youngest Older American award. Anyways, here's the proclamation from the city, which I won't read. But thank you so much for all that you do. And would you like to say a few words?
I felt truly honored to receive the Older American Recognition Award. And when I found out about it, I literally was just laughing because obviously I don't feel older, but I am. Almost 70 this year, or few months. Anyway, many of you know that I do teach religious school, and I always start my class with a poem. This poem represents the meaning of being a volunteer. Why volunteer? It's not for the money, it's not for the fame, it's not for any personal gain. It's just for the love of fellow man. It's just to lend a helping hand. It's just to give a tie of self. There's something you can't buy with wealth. It's not for medals won with pride. It's not for the feeling deep inside. Your reward is found deep in your heart. It's a feeling that you've been a part of helping others far and near that makes you be a volunteer. I'm truly thrilled to represent our community, and I really thank everyone, and especially the Park and Rec, who are like family to me. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to take a minute now because everybody knows Randy, so I'm sure my fellow council members would like to make a few comments. Why don't we start with you, Councilmember Anstead?
Randy, I just want to thank you for how fabulous the Raise Adobe Days has turned into. And it's definitely it is the premier event here in Agoura Hills, and it's very well organized. And so that's definitely due to you. So thank you very much for doing that.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Randy, every time I see you, you have a wonderful smile on your face, and you are so welcoming to everybody that comes to all our events. And the reason why we have so many volunteers is because of you. So thank you so much for everything you give to our city.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein-Lopez?
So, you know, I moved to Agoura in the early 80s, and so Randy's name is an institution here. I mean, I literally grew up hearing your name and knowing that you are just such an integral part of the community. So it's been truly that long that you've been serving our community. And I echo my fellow council members, but I also just want to say that in particular, the year that I was mayor and got to work very closely with you on the different committees that you serve on and the different events that you participate with was a real special treat for me because I got to work closely with you and got to see what everyone raves about, which is absolutely correct. So I can't thank you enough, and very happy that you are getting a little bit of recognition.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolf?
Yeah, absolutely. This is such a well-deserved recognition. I first started working with you on community service days, and I think that's where I met Mr. Wolf also. And you guys are like the heart and soul of the city, and you bring people together, and all these events, it couldn't happen without you. And your community involvement goes beyond just Agoura. Randy is my nephew's Hebrew school teacher too, so that, and hopefully my child's one day soon. So thank you for everything you do, and so well deserved.
Also, my husband wanted to be here. Unfortunately, he is sick with some cold or something, so he's in bed.
Oh, well, he can watch it. Okay, good. Well, we miss Gary because he's always been a great supporter as well. So thank you again, Randy, and just keep up the great work. Thank you. Okay, that was fun. Before we move on to other business, I just want to talk about a couple of things. In our year of recognizing and celebrating all the different cultures and people in our community and making sure that everybody in Agoura Hills feels like they have a seat at our table to come in and be with us, and to try and, lessen the hate narrative and bring us all out together like we did for Community Service Days on Saturday. And it doesn't matter your race, your religion, what you believe politically, we're all there because we wanted to beautify Agoura Hills. So in that celebration for the month of May, we are celebrating Asian, American, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And we're celebrating these as well as with the county in our library. So please stop by in the month of May, and you'll get to see a celebration of both that and Jewish American Heritage Month. So Asian, American, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a time during the month of May for recognizing the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. The AAPI umbrella term includes cultures from the entire Asian continent, including East, Southeast, and South Asia, and the Pacific Islands of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. A bit of history. May was chosen to commemorate AAPI Heritage Month because on May 7th, 1843, the first Japanese immigrant arrived in the United States. Also, on May 10th, 1869, the Golden Spike was driven into the first transcontinental railroad, which was completed using Chinese labor. Today, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are the fastest growing racial group in the United States. Between the years 2000 and 2019, the Asian population in the United States grew 81%, according to a Pew Research Center analysis. As of the 2020 U.S. Census, there were about 20.6 million people of Asian or Pacific Islander descent in the United States. According to the Pew Research Center, AAPI people make up about 7% of the total U.S. population. So who are some of our most famous AAPI representatives? Vice President Kamala Harris, golf professional Tiger Woods, basketball star Jeremy Lin, comedian actor Mindy Kaling, former senator from Hawaii Daniel Akaka, restaurant chef David Chang. So do something special this month and maybe pick up a book or a movie and learn more about famous American, Asian, and Pacific Islanders. Second, May is also Jewish American Heritage Month, a time for us to join in paying tribute to the generations of Jewish Americans who helped form the fabric of American history, culture, and society. On April 20th, 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed that May would be Jewish American Heritage Month, an effort by the Jewish Museum of Florida and South Florida Jewish community leaders that resulted in resolutions introduced by Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida and Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania. The resolutions passed unanimously, first in the House of Representatives in December 2005, and later in the Senate in February 2006. So this is a fairly new Heritage Month. In religious life, the American Jewish community has created some unique brands of Judaism. While Orthodox, Conservative, and Reform Judaism all have roots outside of the United States, each has formed its own style in America. Along with the larger denominations, American Jewry has even developed some new movements: Reconstructionist Judaism, Humanistic Judaism, and Renewal Judaism. The American Jewish community has also suffered through tough times, specifically anti-Semitism. Throughout the United States, we have sadly seen a very, very significant increase in anti-Semitism. It's our jobs as Jews and non-Jews to not tolerate anti-Semitism and any other hate targeted at groups in our community. Some of the most famous Jews born in the United States: Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Supreme Court Justice; Gloria Steinem, journalist and leader of women's rights movements; comedian Jerry Lewis; Marvel Comics creator Stan Lee; painter Mark Rothko. We just saw a Mark Rothko exhibit. Scientist Jonas Salk for the polio vaccine; singer-actor Barbra Streisand; and director Steven Spielberg. So again, grab a book, grab a recipe book, talk to your neighbors, and see if you can just celebrate a little bit in May for these different American heritages. So with that said, we will now move on to the next part of the agenda, which is, let me just ask, are there any reports from staff?
Could I just say one thing?
Absolutely.
Mayor and honorable council members, I just want to quickly say on behalf of the Department of Community Services, we want to congratulate Randy Powler for this award. For most of you who don't know, she's being selected as the Older American of the Year, and she gets to go down. LA County, Los Angeles County hosts an event for all of the older Americans. Each city gets to select somebody, so she's going to represent Agoura Hills next week downtown. So we're really proud of her, and I'm not going to say too much because I'm going to get emotional. We could not do half of what we do, 3/4 of what we do with Race Adobe Days without Randy Powler and her love for this community. I don't think the community knows how lucky they are to have somebody like Randy Powler. So on behalf of all of us, congratulations, it's well deserved.
Thank you for that, and I should have asked you. I knew you'd have some comments, of course. And Randy, have a good time down in downtown LA celebrating. That's going to be a really good time. Are there any, let's see, do we have any reports from the City Council?
Would this be a time to report on outside meetings?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I have two, very briefly. I attended as the COG alternate, a meeting organized by our Council of Governments and our supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, on the issue of homelessness. And it was a really fascinating meeting to learn the complexities at the federal, state, county, at all the different levels. It was a little disheartening of the lack of progress and the lack of foreseeable progress, but it was really eye-opening to hear what the supervisor's plan is. So that's one outside meeting. And then the other outside meeting is the North Santa Monica Bay Watershed event. And I don't know if, Mayor, are you going to be mentioning, or can I mention?
Go right ahead. It's on my list, but
okay, I don't want to
take it away. No, go for it.
So our fantastic Kelly Fisher of Public Works was selected to get the second annual North Santa Monica Bay Watershed Award. And it was very well deserved. And our Public Works Director, Jessica Forte, gave a presentation about what the city's doing regarding water quality. And it's amazing what all our cities are doing regarding water quality. Hidden Hills gave an update, Calabasas, Westlake, Agoura, and Malibu. But the things Agoura are doing, we've really good planning on the city to where we are. And it was a really informative meeting, so I felt really proud leaving that. So great work and great presentation.
Thank you so much for that. Any other reports? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to public comments. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items not listed on the agenda that are under the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. If you have something to distribute to the City Council, please do not approach the dais. Hand your item to the City Clerk, and she will distribute to us on your behalf. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Persons addressing the City Council shall not engage in disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. I will now defer to the City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber. There no written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted.
Okay, thank you. So now we will move on to the consent calendar. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items on our consent calendar. I will now defer to the city clerk.
No written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted.
Thank you very much. So, hang on one second. Are there any questions from the City Council on the consent calendar? Does anybody wish to pull something off of the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll now call for a motion and a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar.
This is Deborah Klein-Lopez. I make a motion to adopt tonight's consent calendar.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester seconds.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is a continued open public hearing revocation. So let me grab my notes here. I'll now open the continued public hearing to consider the revocation of business license number 006982 for New Era Performance and Tuning LLC for violations of the Agoura Hills Municipal Code and other applicable laws and regulations. Madam City Clerk, has the business owner been duly noticed of the hearing?
Yes, city staff notified the business owner of tonight's public hearing by postcard on March 27, 2024, and by United States Postal Service certified mail on March 29, 2024, and it was signed for on April 1st, 2024, and continued at the last meeting.
Thank you. The city staff and the city prosecutor have the burden of proof by the preponderance of the evidence. This means the evidence demonstrates that the proposition is more likely true than not true. Please note that the formal rules of evidence and procedure do not apply to this hearing. However, the mayor, in consultation with the city attorney, will make rulings on objections and evidence. Irrelevant and/or unduly repetitious evidence shall be excluded. The City Council reserves the right to allow evidence and consider the weight of the evidence during deliberations. There are no official time limits on staff's or the business owner's presentation, but we ask that the testimony not be redundant. Could all legal counsel for city staff, the business owner, and the City Council state their appearances for the record?
Yes, good evening. My name is Eric Marcus. I'm the city prosecutor representing staff this evening.
And the business owner, do you have an attorney? Come up to the mic so everybody can hear it.
Mr. Esparza, and he asked me to assist him in bringing his own evidence to the council and board in rebuttal to what we received the night of the last council meeting. I have prepared a couple folders.
If you want to give this a folder, but let me first get your full name.
Francis with an I, Stewart, S-T-E-W-A-R-T.
And you are not an attorney?
I'm not acting as an attorney.
Fine. And the business owner, well, when he comes up, he has asked you to basically represent him tonight.
Well, to assist him as a customer.
Okay. Thank you.
Because Mr. Esparza's never been before a council meeting or anything. And
That's okay. We understand.
Okay.
Let's just go on. So if you want to give something to, you don't have to, but if you want us to see something,
Yes.
you need to give it to the city clerk, and then she'll forward it to all of us. Yes. Thank you.
My name is Candace Lee. I serve as city attorney and legal counsel for the city council in their capacity as decision maker this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead and sit back down, and we'll call you up. It's just that when you're talking on the mic, we want to make sure everybody can hear you. So let's see. Then we're going to move on to, could the parties' legal counsel advise the city council if they have reached any stipulations as to facts and/or evidence? If so, we ask that the stipulations be made part of the record and that copies of any stipulated exhibits be provided to the mayor and city attorney. Let me start with Mr. Marcus. Are there any stipulations?
There are not.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add to that? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so there's no stipulations as to facts or evidence.
If I may, Honorable Mayor, any exhibits submitted by staff's counsel will be identified by sequential letters, A, B, C, etc., and any exhibits submitted by business owner will be identified by sequential numbers, 1, 2, 3, etc. All identified and relevant exhibits will be deemed admitted into evidence absent a sustained objection. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have further comments from our city attorney.
Yes. I made this note at the last hearing, but I want to note again that the council should disregard the resolution that was included in the previous April 10 agenda packet. The resolution was inadvertently included as a matter of habit. The council should just listen to and consider the evidence presented during the public hearing and make its decision and base its findings solely on the evidence presented in the record this evening. I'd also like to remind the council to ensure that they ask all their questions prior to deliberation to ensure that any information and evidence you rely upon is part of the official record. If you have any questions during deliberation, we will have to reopen the public hearing, which may further prolong the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. Does any council member have any ex parte communications to disclose? Councilmember Lopez?
I don't think it's an ex parte communication, but in an abundance of caution, I just want to let everyone know that after the last meeting, as we were leaving, there were some people gathered outside. They were very frustrated that the item was going to be continued, so I chatted with them and thanked them for their patience. We did not discuss anything in particular about the item, but just about their frustration in the delay, and I explained why we were delaying it, and that was it.
Thank you. Anybody else? I too met with a couple of people outside on the way out the door, and again, it was pretty much, they were expressing their frustration for us continuing the matter. They had come down here, and we just asked them to be patient and to come back tonight, and I believe that they have. So that's fine. And then at the last meeting, I disclosed, and again, I don't think this is an ex parte communication, but in an abundance of caution, I drove by the site and looked around from my car before the last meeting. So moving on, this is the time for city staff and its council to make its presentation. So the chronology will be staff presentation, submission of exhibits into evidence, and any examination of witnesses. So let's start with Mr. Marcus.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Buckley Weber. Good evening. This matter came to staff's attention in 2017, after the city received numerous complaints about excessive noise at the property located at 28236 Dorothy Drive, Building C. That's the location of New Era Performance and Tuning LLC, which is classified as a motor vehicle repair company in business license number 006982. On the screen, you'll see a vicinity map reflecting the location of the property. Among other things, New Era operates a dynamometer, which is a machine used to measure the torque and rotational speed of, in this case, motor vehicle engines. Simply put, a dyno machine, as I'll be referring to it, is operated by basically placing a vehicle onto a big roller, which is typically situated under the vehicle, strapping the vehicle down, and then operating the vehicle as if it were on the street. The vehicle, however, obviously remains fixed because the wheels are spinning on the roller. While operating, a dyno machine emits a significant amount of noise, both from the operation of the device itself, as well as the noise associated with the motor vehicle. To give you guys a better understanding, and just so that we're all on the same page, I have prepared a video of the dyno machine at New Era Performance being operated.
Your objection is noted. Let's watch the video and we'll make our own decisions at that point. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Before you move on, can you just lay a little bit of a foundation, like when that video was taken and who was it taken by?
Certainly. The video was taken from New Era Performance's official YouTube channel. My understanding is that that video was prepared slightly less than a year ago. That is not reflective of the incidences giving rise to these proceedings. However, I do believe it provides some context so that the City Council is aware of the issue that we're dealing with and talking about here tonight.
Very much. You can go forward.
Thank you. So on June 20th, 2018, city officials and a representative of my office met with the business owner, Mr. Esparza, and during that meeting, we explained to Mr. Esparza the complaints that we had received from the community, and Mr. Esparza agreed to refrain from further noise disturbances by keeping the bay door at the premises mostly closed while using the dyno machine. Mr. Esparza also stated that he would install sound insulation inside of the drop-down bay door to help mitigate the noise. The city ultimately received no further complaints for a period of time and eventually closed out its code enforcement case on September 17th, 2018. In 2021, the city began to receive numerous complaints regarding the same noise that had given rise to the complaints several years prior. And it's my understanding that some of these complaints will be addressing council shortly after I conclude. Thereafter, in April 2021, my office sent a letter to New Era and the property owner regarding the noise violations, in which we advised that the noise emanating from the business as a result of its operation of the dyno machine violated Agoura Hills Section 9305, which is the provision of the zoning code governing performance standards for businesses in the city's commercial districts. As set forth at subsection A1, in the city of Agoura Hills, in the commercial districts, no commercial activities are permitted to create any noise exceeding an exterior noise level of 1, 60 decibels during the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., or 2, 65 decibels during the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The letter that my office sent to the business owner is attached as Exhibit A to the staff report. And as you'll see at page 2 of that letter, my office advised that The business owner's failure to cease the conduct giving rise to the noise complaints could result in, among other things, the revocation of the business license that they had obtained, which vested in them the right to continue to operate the business. And a copy of the letter was sent to both New Era as well as the owner of the property, who itself has a duty under the code not to allow its tenants to commit violations. And that's by operation of Section 1303 of the Municipal Code, which provides that whenever an act is made unlawful by the municipal code, the act shall also include permitting or suffering such act. Unfortunately, the business owner appeared to ignore my office's April 9th letter because the week after it was sent, the city received a number of additional complaints of noise at the property, including one complaint that workers at New Era and/or vehicle owners were actually driving at high rates of speed in the immediate vicinity of the business on Agoura Road. Numerous other complaints were received in May and June, and during this time, New Era was also cited by the Bureau of Automotive Repair Enforcement for operating without a repair dealer registration. It's my understanding, however, that New Era later obtained its registration a few weeks thereafter. In July 2023, the city received additional complaints of loud noise emanating from New Era, and the case was subsequently referred back to my office for enforcement. Upon receiving the referral, my office retained Veniclausen Associates on behalf of staff, which is an acoustical engineering firm, and we retained them to conduct noise and sound monitoring of New Era over the course of 4 days between March 8th and March 11th, 2024. Veniclausen is an acoustical engineering firm that was founded in 1947 and is recognized across the state as the preeminent acoustical engineering firm. The acoustical engineer who performed the noise analysis is Dr. Stephen Martin, who's been employed for 38 years in the field of acoustical engineering and noise analysis. He's Veniclausen's Director of Environmental Noise and Vibration and has been a principal with the company for 11 years. Prior to my presentation, I provided Ms. Rodriguez with copies of his resume, which I believe she has distributed to you. In addition to the video and my letter, I would request that the copy of his resume be admitted into evidence. I also have a copy available for the property owner, should he wish to retrieve one from Ms. Rodriguez. As you'll see in the resume, Dr. Martin received his bachelor's in electronic engineering from Cal Poly Pomona and his master's and PhD from UCLA in mechanical engineering with an acoustics emphasis. He's a licensed professional engineer and a registered acoustical consultant, and he's authored numerous publications on sound insulation treatment. He's also overseen and conducted numerous sound measurements and analyses related to community noise, sound propagation, airport noise, and transportation noise over the course of his career. As you'll see in Dr. Martin's report, which is attached as Exhibit C to the staff report, and which I'd also request be moved into evidence.
I'm going to object. We have not received any copies of CVs or any items that...
I'm sorry, but there was nobody exchanged exhibits. I don't believe you exchanged your exhibits either. So, and nobody can hear you until you come up. So I appreciate you make the objection, and when the prosecutor wants to actually have his exhibits entered into evidence, then why don't you get up and do a universal objection to whatever you're objecting to?
Well, that's what I was doing. He was asking to move them into evidence. I was objecting to that. I'm trying not to jump up and down. So,
okay, I understand, and you will definitely have the opportunity to let him finish his presentation, and then we'll take all of his exhibits, and you can go through them one at a time and object or not object.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So as reflected in the report, all of the noise readings were taken with a Brule and Kyer Type 1 2270 sound meter, which was set to record audio second by second Ambient noise levels are set forth in the findings attached as Appendix B to the report. And those ambient noise levels were analyzed prior to New Era's operation of their dyno machine on the various test days from locations with direct views of Highway 101. And this is important because the noise from Highway 101 played a significant role in setting the ambient noise levels. When tested, ambient noise levels ranged between 57 and 66 decibels, which is under to just slightly over the threshold set forth in the city's noise ordinance. Noise readings were taken during times that the dyno machine was operating, and they demonstrate that the operation of the machine had a significant impact on the noise levels in the vicinity of the subject property. During operation, the noise levels increased by anywhere from between 5 decibels and 24 decibels to anywhere, basically bringing the noise, the ambient noise, anywhere from 71 to 90 decibels. The council will note at page 3 of the report that a 10 decibel increase, and in this instance we're talking about an increase of between 5 decibels and 24 decibels, but a 10 decibel increase is perceived subjectively by the human ear as a doubling of the loudness, and an increase of 30 decibels, which we almost approach in these instances, would be perceived as 8 times as loud as ambient noise levels. So, in other words, Venna-Clausen took sound readings on 11 separate occasions of the dyno machine being operated, and the report reflects that New Era did not operate the machine in a manner that complied with the city's noise ordinance a single time. The noise reflected in the readings, which again were taken from locations about 50 or more feet away from the business, would be subjectively perceived by an average listener as anywhere from 1.5 times as loud as the 101 freeway and up to approximately 7 times as loud. The city's code provides for the revocation of business licenses under delineated and specified circumstances. Section 6819 provides grounds for denial or revocation of a business license. And subsection A provides that every business license granted under this chapter is granted and accepted by all parties with the express understanding that the city council may revoke the business license if it's in the best interest of the health, welfare, or safety of the public to do so, and grounds for such revocation exist, as noted in this section. As relevant, under subsection B, a business license may be denied or revoked when, pursuant to subsection 6, the business is being operated in a manner that determined to constitute an immediate threat or menace to the health or safety of the public, or under subsection B7, when the building, structure, premises, or the equipment used to conduct the business activity fails to comply with all applicable health, zoning, fire, building, and safety laws of the state of California or of the city. In this case, staff is recommending that the business license be revoked because New Era is regularly operating in violation of the city's zoning laws, specifically Section 9305A1. That's the section that prohibits engaging in commercial activities that create noise in excess of 60 decibels between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. and 65 decibels between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. The fact that they're operating in a manner that creates noise in excess of that permitted by the city in commercial districts in of itself constitutes an adequate ground pursuant to subdivision 7 of section 6819 to revoke the license. The Venna-Clausen report demonstrates that the business activity and the equipment used to conduct it fails to comply with the city's noise ordinance. Staff also believes that revocation would be appropriate, however, pursuant to subsection 6, which, as I discussed, authorizes council to revoke a business license when the business is being operated in a manner determined to constitute an immediate threat or menace to the health or safety of the public. Clearly, Loud noises are necessarily a menace to public health and safety. They disturb peace and quiet. They prevent people from focusing, and they can lead to the creation of dangerous conditions because loud noises are often distracting, including to passing motorists. The code section that we're talking about here, though, subsection 7, or I apologize, subsection 6, also provides, however, that any failure to correct an objectionable condition constituting a public nuisance within a reasonable time after lawful notice from a governmental entity constitutes prima facie proof that a business is being operated in a manner that constitutes a threat or menace to the health or safety of the public. For the edification of council and maybe some of those in the audience, prima facie is a legal concept that requires the trier of fact, in this case, the Honorable Council, to accept the fact that the business is an immediate threat or menace to health or safety until and unless that fact is affirmatively disproven by the business owner. Here, New Era's conduct violates the city's noise ordinance, and pursuant to Agoura Hills Section 1200, subsection C, any condition caused or permitted to exist in violation of any of the provisions of the code is a public nuisance. The zoning code provides similarly, pursuant to Section 9842, which applies, as I said, to zoning violations specifically. Any action taken or any condition caused or permitted to exist in violation of any provisions of the zoning code constitutes a public nuisance. Under either section, then, New Era's violation of the city's noise ordinance constitutes a public nuisance, which New Era has failed to correct despite substantial city efforts to obtain voluntary compliance, which included an in-person conference with staff and a representative of my office, a notice of violation issued to my office seeking voluntary compliance, as well as an in-person meeting with Director Thomas, during which she requested that the business owner take the actions necessary to abate the nuisance caused by his dyno machine. This is prima facie evidence that the business is being operated in a manner determined to constitute an immediate threat or menace to the health or safety of the public. And thus far, I have not seen any evidence to overcome that prima facie case. With that, in addition to Dr. Martin's resume, as I've mentioned, or as I've requested, I would ask that the letter from my office dated April 9th, 2021 be admitted into evidence, as well as the January 22nd, 2022 letter from the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health, which is attached to the staff report, as well as the Venaclausen noise analysis, the YouTube video, and the resume. So that's 5 items that I would like admitted into evidence.
And could you run through that again, giving them an exhibit? I believe that
Certainly.
your exhibits are going to be by letter.
Certainly.
So give them to me in order. Exhibit A.
Exhibit A would be the YouTube video clip.
Okay.
Exhibit B would be the letter from my office dated April 9th, 2021. Exhibit C would be the January 22nd, 2022 letter from the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health. Exhibit D would be the Venaclausen noise analysis report, and both Exhibit C and D are attached as exhibits to the staff report. And Exhibit E would be Dr. Martin's resume. And absent any questions from council, I am prepared to conclude my presentation.
Do you have any witnesses for tonight?
No testimony tonight.
Thank you. Okay, let me just finish writing down what I am. Okay, sir, do you want to come up to the podium now and you can address these exhibits, state your objections, to whichever ones you want?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, my name is Francis Stewart. I'm a customer of New Era Performance, and I'm speaking on his behalf. I provided a folder with numerous photographs and exhibits marked 1 through 6. with the initial starting showing that New Era Performance is near the freeway. It's an extremely loud area, which was not provided in the Venna-Clausen's report. Now, I was going to address each one of the items in the letter, such as going back to 2017, stating that there was complaints, maybe one or two, we don't know.
Can I just stop you for a second?
Sure.
Just so I can stay focused and the rest of the council? Can we just address the issue of the prosecution's exhibits?
Okay, but I don't have those.
Oh, okay. Well, they were in the staff report.
I never received a staff report.
Last time, it's all online, and you said you had the link, but you didn't get it that day?
I got it that day. I printed it out and went through and prepared this information from the report that we received. I did not receive any information as to the video that was provided. I do have the Venn-Clausen report.
Okay, so you have that report,
Yep.
And that is Exhibit D. Are you objecting to that report?
I am, because I have not had an opportunity to cross-examine or speak with anyone from that location or that business, but I would like to address that issue, and I think that's going to basically.
Well, let's move through the exhibits. You know, I'm not really a judge. This isn't.
Sure.
I mean, it's the closest thing to a court of law, but I don't want to get off track here and have you start presenting your case without me knowing exactly. So you object to Exhibit D because?
Did not have an opportunity to cross-examine this person. I was just given the CV right now from Ms. Rodriguez.
Did you make any efforts to contact the prosecution?
We didn't, however.
Okay, so okay, go ahead. I'm going to admit Exhibit D. So
Okay.
let's move on to the resume. Do you have a problem with Exhibit E?
No, I'll go ahead and submit on that.
Okay, so Exhibit E is fine. That's the resume of Mr. Martin. Exhibit C was the January 22nd, 22 letter. It's all part of the staff report.
That's fine. We'll submit on
Okay,
that.
so Exhibit C is coming in. Exhibit B is the letter from the prosecution's office, 4921. We know you have that.
We do.
And Exhibit A is the YouTube clip. So give me the basis of why you are objecting to Exhibit A.
Well, because the person who presented it had no foundation to present it. All they did was gather that from the internet. They don't know the situation of whether there was enclosed area, anything. It just shows a vehicle on the dyno. If they're only going for that purpose of educating everyone on how a dyno works, then we'll submit on that.
Okay, and I think that's what the prosecution said is they were showing the video to educate the council on exactly how that dynometer and what it does and what it sounds like.
Sure.
Okay, so all of their exhibits, A through E, the prosecution's exhibits, are going to be admitted. So now why don't you go ahead and put on your case and then be sure to point to us which, there's only 2 copies of the exhibits, so just be patient with us.
Oh, absolutely.
So we can pass them along so everybody can see them.
Okay. Well, starting off, Mr. Esparza has complied with every provision. They were told to shut the garage in 2018, and there's no control over who makes a complaint, but over 9 years, maybe a handful of complaints. That's going to happen with any business. However, what I would like to address specifically is the Venna-Clausen report.
And that's Exhibit D.
D, yes. The report from Venna-Clausen Associates does not adequately measure the noise of New Era Performance. The fact that the acoustical consultant went to the area set forth in their report and were not conducted under controlled conditions. See paragraph 4 of Venna-Clausen's report. The report clearly states that they went to the location and left the sound level meter unmanned over the weekend. Paragraph 4 of the report. New Era Performance was closed the 9th 10th, and 11th. No one was there. Actually, the shop was closed all the way until the 18th. We've provided date-stamped photographs from the security cameras located at the shop, and the camera is focused on the dyno. In the photo time and date stamped of March 8th, and referring to Venenclaus's graph, our chart, in where they have times and dates.
Is that what you've given us that
On-
you labeled as 4?
4, yes.
Okay.
There's a photograph on March 8th within the time frame that of the 3 seconds from 2:54:56 through 2:54:58. There's no vehicles on the dyno. There's a photograph within section 4. Same with the later in the date on March 8th between 5:31. There's nothing on the dyno. The shop was closed at 5 o'clock. In addition, there's photographs.
Can you just point, who took these photographs?
They were, Mr. Esparza obtained them from his Ring security camera system. So they're date stamped and they were blown up so that you could see the items.
Okay. Got it.
The photos show there is no vehicle being tuned on the dyno. New Era has provided the last photo of the recording at 4:58 on March 8th, just before the shop closed for the weekend. March 8th, 5:31, 32, 33, and 34 on Venenclaussen's report. Security cameras focused on the dyno shows that there are no vehicles on the dyno because the shop was closed. Therefore, New Era did not cause these decibel readings that is in the Venenclaussen report. And again, this was left unmanned on the areas in which they designated. On March 9th, the shop was closed. See photograph of security camera in the shop, no activity. If there's activity in the shop, there will be a record of it. March 10th, the shop was closed also. So we're kind of curious where the readings are coming from when there was no one at the shop. Actually, on the 10th, the 9th, Mr. Esparza was in, just give me a second here. Mr. Esparza was in Santa Maria. Sure.
I think it's way too difficult for everybody to try to share 2 copies. If you would agree and everybody would agree, I'd be glad to make copies so that everybody can look at it together.
Okay.
Okay with you?
Sure.
If you don't mind, why don't we take a little recess because there are quite a few of these, and then we'll make some extra copies.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to recess for about 10 minutes and take a little break.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And I apologize for not making all the copies for everyone. I've never been before, even to a council chambers before, but I'm not afraid to speak. So, yeah. Sure.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for being patient, but it was something that we need, there's a lot here that we need to check out. All right, so let's go back. Mr. Stewart, will you come back up and fill us in? You are showing us what you've marked as Exhibit 4. Yeah, and you told us about the cameras.
On the dates,
Yes.
which council referred to as prima facie showing. And I'm bringing in evidence showing that this noise did not come from New Era.
Okay.
The shop was closed. Actually, it was closed nothing was on the dyno at the 254 mark. Nothing was on the dyno at the 258 mark, which they had referred to as 5:31 in the Venn and Clausen report, because the shop was closed. Shop closes at 5 o'clock. On the 9th, the shop was closed. There was no events that day. The cameras are activated by movement. And Mr. Esparza was at his cousin's 50th birthday in Northeast Santa Maria with the technology on phones and the GPS readings, pictures, give date stamps. Then Mr. Esparza on the 10th left from San Luis Obispo and flew to Texas. There's a picture of an event that he was attending that shows he was there on the 10th all the way through the morning at 1 a.m. on the 11th. We've also provided the airline purchase and a copy of the airline ticket where he returned on the 18th. So to say that this is prima facie showing that New Era is violating the decibels of the city of Agoura Hills is absolutely wrong. Because again, this was an unmanned test and the shop was closed. We've provided photographs in section 6. This is actually, there's a construction site right down the street that has been ongoing for 2 years with large trucks and machinery. I think it's a dog rescue or something like that, a very great place, but lots of traffic and lots of noise. There's another picture that was taken yesterday that shows the outside of this location that's still fenced up and ongoing construction. It also shows another business just to the east of New Era that is an asphalt cutting, concrete cutting company.
Are you referring to something in the packet?
Yes, in section 6. I don't know whether you have the...
Yes, thank you. I do.
So basically, there is a lot of noise in this area. The first photograph that shows an aerial photograph of the area accurately depicts it, showing that the 101 freeway, probably one of the most busy freeways in Southern California, considering it took me over 2 hours to get here, the traffic is in close proximity. There's another automotive business within the same complex and multiple businesses in the area. I even looked on, there's an Agoura Hills report fix-it app that the only complaints was one at the Chevron station, not Chevron, 76 station, and then there was one for the area for a raised curb. No other complaints on the app. Now, it appears that the city has been basically sending out OSHA to this business in an attempt to locate something. There's a letter from OSHA under Section 3 that there was no violations. Under Section 2, there's a print-off from the fire department that shows that they inspect the location since 2018 every 2 years, and it's been approved. We have one dating back an actual inspection report from the fire department from 2020 stating that there are no violations observed. And again, their only evidence is this Venn Clausen report, which is not noise that was caused by New Era. And again, a lot of the noise does come from the freeway. I think the decibel reading on an average freeway is about 85 decibels. And again, this is in close proximity to the area. May I have a moment?
Absolutely.
The attorney's office stated, they sent a letter stating that Mr. Esparza would lower the front of the door and put in some sort of noise modifications. However, this is a small business of a young man who started this as his dream after college. He started this business at 29 years old. He's a minority small business owner. This is everything he has. He's invested everything in the machinery, everything that provides a service. I drive over 2 hours just to go to his shop, and that's why I'm here today. I just happened to be checking on my car the day that he said he had this meeting here, and I read the letter, and it said that you could have the continuance. Now, under section, I believe it's section 5, he has recently, because this is a small business that survived through COVID. A lot of businesses shut down, and this is a very distinct business that does automobile repairs for a certain type of vehicle. The dyno is actually a safety measure because it is able to be a stationary object where the person doesn't have to drive when they're checking a fuel system. You don't want to be out on the middle of the freeway checking a fuel system and the car run dry of gas. So he has actually recently purchased draped down blankets that help eliminate noise, and he's also got noise reducing tiles on the front door. He's jumped through almost every hoop that could be jumped through. However, it has taken time.
So when were those installed, or?
I'm sorry? Last week. Yes. He is trying to cooperate and not have any complaints. The only evidence they've said is basically saying we've had numerous complaints. We don't know what complaints they've had. And if they're in the letter or in the packet that I received, it said we had a couple of complaints one year, a couple complaints another year. Then they, in 2023, the attorney's office was contacted. That's in their, I don't have memorized all the exhibits, the attorney letter, that they received another complaint, and they waited all the way from July until March, where there was no complaints. They then hired this Venn Clausen, and they went out there when the shop was closed. It's prima facie showing that the shop is closed with these pictures. These pictures can't be changed. It comes from the Ring doorbell camera system that's installed in the facility. The shop was closed. It was closed all the way till the 18th, and there's a plane ticket showing that. So in looking at this in the totality, this is a noisy area. But the noise on Venant Clausen's report is not from New Era Performance. So there is no prima facie showing that there is a violation of 9305, the performance standards. However, I've also, like I said, provided in section 6 photographs of the construction areas and showing that the freeway is right there. I believe it is basically an injustice to take this young man's livelihood when he is cooperating and there's no proof showing that the decibel readings are his. And actually looking at the decibel readings that I've provided in section 3, they've even got reports at 9:14 p.m. on the 9th. The shop closes at 5 o'clock and the shop wasn't even open on that day. They've got readings of all the way up to 85 on the 10th when the shop was closed. Nobody was there. Nothing was running. A dynamometer has to have a vehicle on it to run. It in and of itself doesn't produce that much noise. But Mr. Esparza has complied, jumped through the hoops, been reported to OSHA, found no violations. He's had the inspection with the fire department. There's been no violations. And this is a young man's dream. Basically, to revoke his license is the ultimate extreme. And we're asking that the council not do this because none of these readings here pertain to New Era Performance. This could have been anything from the freeway. I'm familiar with Agoura Road. I have friends that live down in Westlake Village, and I've actually driven in their loud cars on Agoura Road. So there's loud cars. I mean, we saw several of the Corvettes, different things just on our way over here. People ride Harley Davidsons. And looking at this meter readings, they last for 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. You saw the video, it just doesn't last for 1, 2, 3 seconds. And these readings are different each time. That shows that it wasn't New Era Performance. And actually, looking back when the meeting for the business manor, they closed out their case. And then something else came up where I'm not sure who did, but somebody with the city called OSHA in, no violations, called the fire department in, no violations, and there's no prima facie evidence showing that this noise on the Van Clausen report is New Era. Fact is, he was not there. The shop was closed at all these different intervals, except for on the 8th, which shows that there was no automobiles on the dyno. Now, again, in section 5, he has made attempts to reduce the noise. And again, when he opened this business, I believe it was in 2015, he went to a location where it's all commercial, where there's been an established automotive business there for probably 20 years, Danny's Automotive. Not sure who's making the complaints, but obviously there is an abundance of noise in this area. And what they're showing did not come from New Era. But last but not least, if for some reason that y'all find that there's a nonconformance, section 9707, the last page of the information, states if there is a non-performance of use of the standards, it shall be brought in conformance within 5 years. So he is making an attempt, now that the Venn and Clausen report was brought to his attention, even though it was not New Era performance, Mr. Esparza is trying to run a business, which is an automotive business, that I don't know how any business that requires power tools, such as these construction sites, can adhere to 65 decibels. Just this conversation between us is probably 75 decibels. So again, there's no evidence that he did not perform or was in violation of the performance standards under 9305. Now, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. And therefore, there is no prima facie. We have rebutted this evidence showing that the shop was closed and that the noise that was recorded by an unmanned, uncontrolled leveling device was not from New Era. And I'll submit to you.
Thank you. Could you run through what exhibits, if any, you want to have admitted?
Well, the aerial photograph, we can mark that as 0. Actually, the exhibits under section 1 shows that he immediately wrote a check for the Department of Consumer Affairs for the bar business license. Again, he was a new kid out of college, just starting a business. As soon as he was given notification, he sent in the check. There's emails going back and forth between Mr. Esparza and a member at the field operations. The remittance form, the citation in which he did receive, that's how it got the process started. But he did not receive any type of fine or anything. He remedied the situation by getting the business license. We've provided a copy of this.
I think you've told us all that. If you just want to run through and just, do you want all of these as exhibits 0 through 5 to be
Sure, 6,
marked?
0 through 6.
0 through 6?
Yes.
And then I would ask the prosecutor, are there any objections?
Thank you. Yes, we do have objections to certain exhibits. With respect to the exhibit identified as 0, the aerial photograph, we have no objections. With respect to the exhibit, the compilation of documents identified collectively as Exhibit 1, we have no objections. The compliance, the exhibit number 3, which appears to be a California Environmental Reporting System printout, we would object to the council's consideration of that on the grounds that it's completely irrelevant. It appears to relate to violations and inspections regarding hazardous materials and hazardous waste, which have no bearing on these proceedings. So I would object to Exhibit 3. We would object to Exhibit 4, which is a notice of no violation on the grounds that it appears.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Did you mean Exhibit 2 was the one that you were saying was irrelevant because it was related to hazardous waste?
So there's actually, I started with 0, so we're actually, if you're relying on the binder,
Yes.
0 would be the first, and then
Right.
1 would actually be 2.
No. 0 is the first page.
0 is 0, 1 is 1.
Number
Okay.
1, Exhibit 1 was the check details and
Apologies.
emails.
Apologies. So we would, no objection to 0 or 1. We would object to 2 on the ground that it's irrelevant because it concerns hazardous materials and waste. With respect to number 3, We would object that it's irrelevant as well to these proceedings insofar as it's a document that appears to reflect that there was no violations of the California Code of Regulations and Division 5 of the California Labor Code found on the premises, which have no bearing on these proceedings. With respect to Exhibit 4 and the entirety thereof, we would object to the introduction of that on the grounds that there's no foundation laid for these documents, and they also haven't been authenticated. These appear to be photographs with a timestamp superimposed. There's been no foundation laid with regard to the manner of how these were obtained or created. And with respect to Exhibit 5, we have no objection. Exhibit 6, which are photographs of neighboring businesses. I believe that these were brought to council's attention because they purport to reflect that there are other noisy businesses in the vicinity. These photographs do not bear at all on the noise generated by the construction site, the unidentified business in the second photo, and the concrete cutting facility reflected in the third. These are simply photographs of businesses that have no bearing on these proceedings. So again, we would, no objection to 0. We object to, no objection to 1. Objections to 2 and 3 on the grounds that they're irrelevant. 4 on the grounds that there's no foundation laid and that the materials haven't been authenticated. No objection to 5, and we're objecting to 6 on the grounds of relevance as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So obviously, Exhibit 0, 1, 5 are admitted because there's no objection. Going back to Exhibit 4, Mr. Marcus, are you objecting to the entirety of Exhibit 4? There's a plane ticket, so there's some other documents in there besides the pictures from the Ring camera.
Yes, I'm objecting, 1, on the grounds that they have no foundation, and they haven't been authenticated, but also, for example, the plane ticket. That is not evidence of anything. That's a picture of a plane ticket. It doesn't mean anyone wasn't here. It doesn't mean anyone wasn't there. There's been no testimony of the purported traveler that he was actually gone. So I don't think they have any bearing on these proceedings in terms of the plane ticket and the computer printout. And obviously the photos we contend are inauthentic and have not been, and no foundation has been laid for their introduction.
Well, I'd ask for an opportunity to cross-examine Mr.
Absolutely, I'm going to give you, so I'm trying to narrow it down. I agree with Mr. Marcus of Exhibit 3 and Exhibit 4, unless you, I'm not sure the reason for those exhibits, but let me do this before I make a final decision on the exhibits. Okay. Why don't we ask you if there's, if you have any witnesses that you want to call?
I'll call Mr. Esparza.
Thank you. Mr. Esparza, please stand. Why don't you come forward, and we're going to have you raise your hand, and the city clerk is going to administer the oath.
Thank you. I'm over here, Mr. Esparza. Thank you. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the evidence you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Esparza, referring to Section 4, there's a photograph depicting the dyno in your shop dated 3/8/2024 at 2:54.55 p.m. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Tell me what it is.
It's a picture from my Ring camera pointing at the dyno, showing that at the time that the decibel readings were taken, there was no vehicle on the dyno, and it's dated and stamped, showing that there was no noise coming from that particular bay where the dyno is installed.
The next photograph has a date stamp of 3/8/24 at 4:58 or 4:58.46 p.m. Can you tell me what this is?
It's
Can I interrupt for a second and just ask, how does the date stamp get on there?
It's automatically placed by the Ring camera when you pull up the information. So if I pull up my camera right now and I go back to March 8th, it says a date and a time when there was activity.
Right there in the middle of the picture.
Right there in the
just
middle
like
of the
this.
picture, just like that. I obviously have my phone on me. It can obviously, all I did was take a screenshot and print it out in order to prove that the noise that was being monitored at that time was not coming from the dyno at that exact time, and that just kind of links the evidence or the decibel readings at the time and date that they shows versus the time at the Ring camera, which is connected to the internet, and all this is uploaded into the cloud.
Okay. Okay, but the ring bell acts on motion, correct?
Correct, and that is the same reason why the next reading on the report is at 5:30, or I believe. And if you look at where the marker is on that picture at 4:58, it's all the way at the end because that was the last reading it got before it says no more activity. If you continue to Saturday the 9th, it will say no events on this day because no vehicle, that door was not open, no person walked in front of it, so nothing was in front of it to detect any sort of activity, stating that I was not even at the shop. The shop was closed. You can see it's dark in the back because there is no activity coming from that camera.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead.
Well, you recognize the one from March 9th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
And tell us what that is.
Again, no events on this day, on that day, because the shop was closed.
And was this a photograph from the Ring doorbell system, security system in the shop?
Yes, correct.
And what does it show you in this photograph?
That there's no activity because there is no recording.
And where were you on March 9th?
I had left to a cousin's 50th birthday party in Santa Maria, which is 2 hours north of Agoura Hills.
Okay.
And we did show a picture of me with the time stamped, also coming from a cell phone, which again, I'd automatically populate the GPS and a time, and it states that I'm in North Santa Maria at 9 o'clock, and I was not at the shop, again, when the decibel reading shows that there was noise being made at my shop. And that is a picture of me, so, I mean, you can't really say it was somebody else. And that's the same thing.
This is 10.
Yeah.
We went 9, this is 10.
Okay.
And the photograph dated March 10th, 2024.
Again, states that there's no activity and there was nobody was at my shop as it was closed.
And where did this photograph come from?
From my Ring camera app on my cell phone.
Photograph depicting March 11th.
Same thing. Shop was closed, no activity.
Where were you on March 11th?
I was in Dallas, Texas. And if you look at the picture after, this is a Facebook post that I made that we were able to screenshot. And again, it shows the location where I posted the picture. If you look on the bottom, it says Dallas, Texas. If you look at the time, it's on the 11th at 1 in the morning. And it states that I was nowhere near Agoura Hills or my shop. The next picture states that it's a ticket being purchased and that I left out of St. Luis Obispo, which is 45 minutes north of Santa Maria, and I left at 6 in the morning. And there is a payment confirmation on the page after with my name, first and last name, ticket number stating that I purchased it and the flight was for me. And if you look at the bottom, it shows from St. Louis all the way to Dallas-Fort Worth. And that has my name and information, my American Express account number showing that that was me. And then the picture after shows the ticket when I flew back. Again, it has my first and last name, time and date of the date that I came back from Dallas. So I was gone from the 10th to the 18th.
And we would ask that the council admit these exhibits because they are highly relevant in proving or disproving a material fact. That disproves the Valken-Clausen report because Mr. Esparza's shop was closed. Nobody was there. there's no way that the noise that they monitored at those times came from New Era Performance. Even looking at the graph on the monitoring results on 3/9, the fourth one down, they're at 9:14 p.m.
Right, and you've already
Sure.
argued this, and you'll have an opportunity to argue again, but we're still on direct examination,
Okay.
if you are so inclined.
Okay. Tell me what we see here in section 5.
Those are noise blankets that were purchased to help eliminate the noise coming from the dyno. They surround the whole back of the dyno so that the exhaust hits the blankets and tones it down.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I took that photograph with my
And does
cell
it
phone.
accurately depict what it shows in the picture?
Yes, correct.
The next photograph,
And when did you take those photographs?
That was taken about a week ago.
And is that when you purchased them?
I purchased them about 2 weeks ago, correct.
Okay.
the next photograph, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I took that as well.
Does it accurately depict the subject matter in the photograph?
Yes, correct.
Can you explain what's in the photograph?
Again, it's noise cancellation foam that goes on the drop-down door in order to isolate the noise coming from the vehicles. Now, I would like to make a comment. This sound blankets and noise cancellation this is a third bay. I own 3 bays. This dyno has been moved since 2018 when I originally had the noise complaints that we originally were in a different bay. So this bay where the noise system is at is recently a new bay that the dyno got moved, and that's why there was no noise cancellation as I just moved the dyno to try to isolate the noise. So I moved it from a bay with 2 doors to a bay with 1 door so that it could narrow down the noise. So when I shut down the doors, it's easier for me to keep control of the noise. So that's the reason I just purchased more sound items to help with the noise, because I just moved the dyno over to the new bay, which is a new location that I'm now using to dyno to try to help and keep the noise down.
And when did you move the dyno?
It was about six months ago.
Okay. Go ahead, you can continue.
I'm sorry?
You can continue your direct
Okay.
examination.
I think that's it on the authentication and laying the foundation for the photographs. So we would ask that Section 4, the entire amount of photographs are highly relevant and that they be taken into consideration because they directly address the evidence that is in the Vennen-Clausen report.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other direct examination of this witness?
I got my bar license. That's it. I think that's it, because they stated the OSHA, they brought that up. So this
Well,
is just proof that.
Actually, I'm going to ask that all the exhibits be brought in because in the discovery that we were initially
And we
sent-
can get back to that, but do you want to finish with your witness? and
I'm
then-
finished with him.
You're finished with him?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And now we're going to have cross-examination of Mr. Esparza.
Okay.
So stay up here.
Thank you. Mr. Esparza, how often do you operate the dyno machine at New Era?
It really depends, based on appointments. It could be 0 a day, it can be 2 or 3 a day.
Okay, and you heard your counsel earlier advise the mayor that the conversation that we're having here today is around 70 decibels, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the videotape that we played of the dyno machine being operated at New Era, correct?
Correct.
When you operate that dyno machine, does it emit noise louder than the conversation that we're having here today?
It emits noise of a regular vehicle going down the road.
Is it louder than the conversation that I'm having here today with you?
Of course.
Okay. And Um, In the Veneclausen report, which you've reviewed, it references that ambient noise levels at the various times of the readings were approximately 66, 62, 60, 59, 63 decibels. Does that sound correct?
I'm going to object. He has no knowledge of whether that's correct or not.
I'm sorry, you need to speak into the mic.
I'm going to object. He has no knowledge whether that's correct or not. The people from Vanaclausen are not here to verify that. Mr. Esparza did not create that record, so he has no information whether it's correct or not.
Oh, I'm not quite sure I understand your objection, but if the question is if he has knowledge, then he can respond.
Well, I'm saying he does not have any knowledge.
Well, he can respond that he has no knowledge.
Okay.
I have no knowledge.
Okay.
Mr.
Go
Esparza,
ahead.
do you ever use a sound meter at New Era? Have you ever utilized one?
No.
During the OSHA testing, did they utilize a sound meter?
Yes.
Do you recall the ambient noise readings that they
I
obtained?
do not recall. She was there, she used a sound meter, and she filed a report, and the report is in the section that we turned in, stating that there was no violations, and she included, and she was there with the sound meter while I was on the dyno operating.
Understood. How did you create the screenshots, as you called them, in Exhibit 4, the ring screenshot?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you understand how screenshots work. It's pretty much, I pulled up my Ring camera and I screenshotted exactly the time and date of which the decibel readings were made. If you've ever operated a Ring camera, you can go back time by time and date to see what's happened at that particular occasion. If there's any sort of movement, it will record. So whatever we submitted in Section 4 is pictures of when there was activity on that bay, whether it was a door opening or anything, and the camera pretty much records and stamps a date and time on your phone or on the actual cloud where all the information is stored.
So when you created this, did you superimpose these dates and timestamps onto the photographs?
I'm sorry, what does that mean?
Did you add the date and time
No.
stamps onto the
No.
photographs?
100%, it's already there when you open the application. No need to do anything.
Okay. And why did you install this sound deadening materials, these blankets and foam?
For noise reasons, again, I had just moved the dyno and we were still, that bay is still in operation to be a dyno room with noise cancellation and everything else, which I just moved the dyno.
And that material was installed within the last few weeks, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you install it because the dyno machine is very loud?
I installed it to try to keep
I'm going to object as to the line of the questioning.
Can you step up to the mic when you speak?
I'm going to object as to this line of questioning, whether or not he can make a comparison to whether the dyno is loud. That's basically what Venn and Clausen was supposed to find out, but it happened to do it on the days that the business was closed.
Well, I think he...
I would just comment that this is directly relevant because there's two bases for for staff's request that the business license be revoked. One, that the conduct engaged in exceeds the allowable noise threshold set by the city. Two would be because the noise is detrimental to public health and safety. So this is relevant to these proceedings, irrespective of whether it goes to the Veneclausen report or not.
Well, you're asking for opinion.
No, I'm not. I'm asking for his perception.
That's the same as opinion.
Okay. I'm going to continue with my questioning.
And I'm going to let it because I think the witness has firsthand knowledge.
Sure.
Okay, he might not be an expert, but he can give his opinion on if something is loud. So let's just Go ahead and go ahead.
Did you installed the sound deadening material to reduce the sound emanating from the property, is that correct?
As we had initially stated years ago that I was going to do, which we did on the other bay and I did again on the new bay when I moved the dyno. So yes, it's specifically for that because we had already met with the city and I had taken measures to help reduce the noise as requested.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Do you have any redirect?
Different cars make different sounds on the dyno, correct?
Correct.
So you can't establish whether or not any particular vehicle is louder inside or outside because you're inside the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you have been hit with violation after violation, and you have worked to try to accommodate them, even though nothing had been proven. They had only said that they received complaints.
I would.
Is that correct?
Pardon me, I would object. I understand that we're not dealing with formal rules of evidence, but counsel is testifying and then asking Mr. Esparza to simply confirm that what he is testifying to is correct. That's inappropriate on direct examination.
Can you just ask the question, Mr. Stewart?
Well,
I mean, you're
Mr. Marcus asked whether or not why he has put in this sound blankets and information.
And he answered the question.
And I'm asking him, why is it that you went ahead and put in these sound deadening blankets and tiles? Why did you put those in?
Because some vehicles are louder than others.
Okay.
Okay. Next
Had
question.
you not been contacted by the city, would you have put those in?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other witnesses?
No.
Okay. Before we move, hang on. Thank you. Just want to make sure I'm following the process. Okay. So do you have any other witnesses?
No.
Okay, great. Then we are going to move on to, this is the time for any members of the public to speak before the council. If you do speak, you will be required to take an oath. Madam City Clerk, are there any members of the public to speak on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards.
No speaker cards. We have a hand raise. Okay, so what we need you to do is go and fill out a speaker card. We're going to bring you one. Are there any other witnesses here who plan to speak? Okay, so we have the two witnesses. You'll both fill out speaker cards. In the meantime, to keep things moving, we're going to start, if you give us your name, and then here, Mr. Salaya is going to give you the cards. You can come up to the podium, and then you can give her the card after you speak. And just come up to the podium, and both of you can stand there, and the clerk is going to administer the oath.
Okay. Thank you.
If you could look at her and raise your right hand.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the evidence you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay, I need you to pull the microphone close to you.
Okay.
Or bring it, you can move it.
I'll move it in.
Because it's really important that everybody can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
That's great.
Okay.
And then your public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Persons addressing the city council shall not engage in disorderly conduct that disrupt or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. So now that you are here, you're going to see lights that are going to come on. It'll start with green, then it'll move to yellow, and then it'll move to red when your 3 minutes is up.
Okay. All right.
There's green. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Diane Vanelli. My husband and I own the property that's right behind the property that we're concerned about. So we have a 2-story building. I have my office on the 2nd floor, so I could easily look down on the property in question. I have been complaining about that property, and I have just copies, and I think I submitted a copy, and I went all the way back to 2016 to 2024. So it's not something that I complain to the city on a regular basis, because I run a business like everybody else does, so I do it on a regular enough basis, but not every day. But it doesn't mean that I haven't been complaining. So I have been complaining because it's extremely loud. We have a recording studio in that facility. When we bought the building in 1985, we spent a lot of money to make sure that no music leaves the building and no music or any kind of noise enters the building. But unfortunately, it doesn't cover the offices on the 2nd floor, which is where my office is. So if I have to have a Zoom meeting or anything, I am disrupted on a regular basis. Actually, most of the people I work with are familiar with the noise, and they always say, okay, let's hold for a second until it stops. It's a constant, constant problem. Now, my situation goes all the way back when Dennis Weber was the mayor, which is quite a few years back, and he was at the building and heard the noise at that time. So I'm not exactly sure what year that was, but it's quite a while ago.
He was mayor
And
at least 7 times, so it could have been any year.
Exactly, I don't know. But he promised he would take care of this problem. Here we are today, we're still dealing with the problem. So, the gentleman was describing a certain period of time when everybody was on vacation, nothing was happening. It's irrelevant. I've been dealing with this since, I just said, since 2016. So this is 2024. So if it's a 2-week period and the equipment was defective, or I don't know, whatever happened, it's irrelevant. It's been years and years and years of this. Now, I have an app on my phone. I'm sure it's not, perfect, but it gives you an indicator. Okay, March 1st at 1:12, peak went up to 113, 113.
Do you have something to show us? Well, you go ahead and finish your testimony. I'm sorry, finish your testimony. Okay.
Peak 102, January 5th, 2018. It goes on and on. 101, 101. Now, just recently, April 9th.
You will need to wrap up your comments. The light turned red.
Oh, okay. April 9th, just recently, 6:18 p.m., it went up to 101.2. That's the dB level that I hear in my office, which is just above on the 2nd floor, looking down at that building. I think my husband can now. Does he?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
I just have something simple to say.
Go ahead and
I own a
pull the
recording
mic.
studio.
Wait, hang on.
I own a
Wait,
recording
wait, wait,
studio.
wait. Before you start, pull the mic close to you. Wait
All
till
right.
the green light comes on,
Okay.
and then you can just go right ahead until it turns yellow, then red.
Okay.
Thank you. Now you
All
can
right.
start.
Yeah.
Your
I work-
name, please.
My name is Joseph Vanelli. I'm Diane's husband. I own a recording studio, so I do audio all day long. I've done films, albums, all that kind of stuff. What he was describing, it's freeway noise and construction noise. That's not what we were hearing. We were hearing just the revving up of the engines all day long. And exactly that. It might start at 60, 70, and it'll peak right to 113. You can't even have a conversation on the telephone. That's how bad it is. And I have very well-known people that are sitting out in the patio area and can't have a conversation because of it, because of this. So We've been dealing with this for years, and we're just hoping that something could be done of this. I mean, you know, we don't want to put the gentleman out of business, but we're running a business too. We've been there for forever, and we're just hoping to get some kind of action on this. So, oh, one other thing, yeah, I've worked at the Hollywood Bowl and the various the Greek Theater, right? And they have noise levels. They have gentlemen attendants that are there with a meter. They'll pull the plug on Chicago or any one of these famous bands if they exceed a certain noise level. So it's not uncommon. This occurs, and you know the homes are situated quite far away from the stage area. Not like us, we're right next door. So we would have had more people here today, but unfortunately Maria and some of the people are out of town, so they couldn't be here. So anyway, that's all I have to say at the moment.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming
Yeah.
and being patient. Let's do some cross-examination. I guess we should start with Mrs. Vanelli. Are we doing that? No, we're not going to, okay, all right.
Mayor, can city council ask questions of the?
Can we ask questions of the witnesses? We're keeping it to the council, to the representative. Yeah, I'd like to keep it to a minimum of questions, so let's start. We're going to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilmember Anstead.
Sure. Thank you for your testimony. Just wanted to ask you, when the dyno machine's going and you hear the car, how long do you hear it for usually? Is it 30 seconds, a minute?
It's quick. It's up and down. It'll peak, but it'll happen several times a day. And the level gets quite up there. You know, when you're talking over 100 dB, that's louder than a rock concert. You know, it's very loud.
I mean,
So,
consider, somebody mentioned health and well-being.
You need to speak into the.
Yeah, when we mentioned health and well-being, we have to realize that my blood pressure skyrockets every time this happens. I mean, I run a business. I'm a business manager for REO Speedwagon and other artists. I deal with a lot of money. I have to be precise. I have to be focused. And that loud noise, I'm even afraid to check my blood pressure at times because it's that bad. The smell often, there was a video that I had sent and they said, well, they couldn't look at it because it was a video, but there was smoke coming out. The smell.
Okay. We're going to keep this moving,
Yeah,
so that
just
we get the picture. Okay.
One quick follow-up on the, in the last couple weeks, or in the last week or so, have you noticed a change or not? I mean, can you think
it's
about
not as,
the last
it
week?
wasn't as consistent. It was more intermittent, so I'd say that's pretty. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Ms. Vanelli, did you notice a change in the last week or last couple of weeks since he put in the mitigation measures and moved the dynometer?
It seemed that maybe he was working a little less. That's all I noticed, is that there was, you know, so sometimes he's got a lot of cars in the lot and he's working constantly. And then sometimes he has fewer cars. So it seemed like there was fewer cars, so I didn't really pay attention to the fact that all I know is I was on a Zoom call yesterday and I had to, you know, block myself.
So you heard it yesterday.
So it's a constant thing, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any council members, anyone have any questions for either Mr. or Mrs., is it Ginelli or Vanelli?
With a V.
Vanelli.
Yes.
No questions? Okay. Then we will move back. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. We appreciate it. Let's see.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all your help.
Thank you. Okay, so there's no, I just want to check with the city clerk. We have no further speakers, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now is the time for the business owner to, hang on a second, let me figure out where we're going with this. This is the time for the business owner to respond to or rebut anything presented this evening. Does the business owner wish to speak at this time? Yes. Come up to the microphone, please. And this would be to rebut any testimony?
I just pretty much want to say to the gentleman that came up here and have the sound recording studio in the back, she mentioned that just yesterday there was noise. Again, I just want to state that I did not operate yesterday whatsoever. My schedule is on my phone. Everything is booked online as far as when I will be operating the dyno. It gets operated maximum of 3 times a day. I'm looking at my calendar right now. There was no vehicles being operated on the dyno yesterday all day at all. So, I mean, I understand that she might have heard noises, but again, looking at my calendar, I can't print this out, I can't give it to you guys, but I can strictly see that I had no vehicles on the dyno yesterday because I am the only one that operates the dyno.
Do you have employees?
No.
You're the only one who works in the space?
Correct.
And what are your hours of operation?
I open the shop around 10 in the morning, between 9 and 10 when I get there, and I work till 5 or 6. Sometimes I work later.
Okay, do you work weekends?
Some weekends, yes. Hardly ever, no Sundays, only Saturdays, and it's maybe once a month.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Anstead?
We've heard testimony earlier that there is another automotive place near your facility. Can you tell us about it? Because I would imagine.
Well, the whole 28236 consists of 3 automotive shops. As of now, it's only, I believe, 2. The middle shop has just left. That was a Ferrari shop, which was also, again, we work on cars, so there's going to be startup. If you guys heard Ferraris, they're loud. They had a Ferrari shop, and then Danny's Automotive, which has been in business for, I believe, around 20 years, and the first building A. He works on a lot of older school cars. That means anything with a big block, anything with loud exhaust, anything pre-70, which has no smog emissions. So that shop is also in the same area, and they also have vehicles that are obviously loud.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the witness? Councilmember Lopez?
I'm a little confused. You had said that, or in our report, it had said that you had agreed to sound installation in 2018?
That was correct. That was when the dyno was in the other bay. I do not have pictures, but the dyno is, my shop consists of 3 doors, all in section C or building C. The dyno was originally on bay, I would call it bay 1, back in 2018, which is when we originally put the similar isolation on the doors to help with the noise. Back in 2018, it was there until, I would say, the beginning of this year, when I moved the dyno to where it is now, which is a different location, and I had not put any sort of isolation until recently when I heard that there was, that I had to come to court and obviously do this. So I recently put isolation again on the doors and on the walls for where the new location of the dyno, but it was in a different section. I moved it in order to try to minimize the noise, which would be closer to where the gentlemen had their music studio. But I did it because it's a smaller, more enclosed bay where I can try to isolate the noise a lot better.
So you had the installation installed from 2018 until you moved the
until when we moved it, which was.
And you keep the drop-down door closed
We go
all the
halfway
time?
down. I can't close it all the way. Obviously, there's smells and fumes, and so we try to keep it around halfway closed, to try to slow down the noise and cancel it and not allow much noise to go out into the atmosphere or ambient, you could say.
Okay, and then you have one dyno.
Correct. It's
and what do you do, if you're only doing that 3 times a day, what other services?
I'm a full general mechanic shop, so I work on cars. I will do brakes, tires, oil changes, all the basic stuff. So we have impact guns, we have air hammers, everything that's needed in order to just do your average maintenance work on a vehicle.
So the dyno piece is a small part of your day?
Correct. I only operated maximum of 3 times a day, sometimes 0, sometimes 1, but it only gets operated a maximum of 3 times. So you will hear noises come up and then obviously come back down. But it's only 3 times a day. My schedule's on my website, and I'm very limited on when I make these noises. It's usually 11, 1, and 3, which is when the scheduled appointments can be made.
And why those times? Is that just because of your schedule, or?
Just kind of how I worked around making my appointments. I don't want to make noise at 8 in the morning, and I don't want to make noise at 10 p.m. o'clock at night, so I focus them more in around the time where I think is more appropriate.
Okay, and you must have a lease?
Correct.
And is it annual, or is it every?
It was a 5-year lease. I just signed it not too long ago. I'm not 100% sure. I would have to check my contract.
And then do you know, is there anything in that lease that is, I mean, I guess it's hard.
I can't answer that
Okay.
question.
Yeah,
this is one of those, sign this lease, you're good for 5 years, and this is your monthly payment. So
Okay.
If there's
Nothing
things
about
that
noise or?
I didn't sit there and read 30 pages of the lease. And I can't answer that question. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. I have some questions for Mr. Marcus, but I think that's later, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions of this witness? You use the term "we," and I just want to confirm you have no employees.
I have
Nobody,
no employees. When
nobody
I say
else
we, I
works
mean me
there.
and my business.
Nobody else works there.
I have one guy that comes on the weekends to help on projects that he works on. He's more of a subcontracted guy. He uses one of my bays and pays me pretty much money, so he's there with me sometimes.
And is he there without? Can he be there without you?
Usually he's there without me. Yes.
He's there without you.
Yes, he comes in. He has access to my shop to use and work on vehicles himself.
Okay. Does he use the dynometer?
No, not at all. I am the only person that is capable of operating the dyno.
Okay, great. Thank you. So if there's no further questions, now it'll be time for the council. I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'm sorry, before I close the public hearing, thank you, City Attorney. Do any council members have questions of staff or the business owner or anyone else? It's the last call for questions. So Councilmember Lopez.
I have 2 questions for Mr. Marcus. Can you brought it up, but can you repeat, you've had or you haven't had conversations with the property owner?
I personally have not spoken with the property owner, but I would defer to Director Thomas so that she may address your question with respect to her handling of the matter over the past several years.
During COVID, Denise Thomas, Community Development Director, during COVID, after I met with the complainants, the people, the business owners near the shop, I reached out to Mr. Esparza and I asked him if he would be willing to make some concessions to try and address the noise that was going on. The response that I received indicated that he was not interested in making any changes.
My question is about the property owner, though.
No, we only talked to the business owner.
So that's my question, is has there been any contact with the property owner who the lease is with?
In writing, our prosecutor sent a letter to the property owner to advise the property owner of the nonconformity on their property.
And did we hear back from the property owner, or is there any liability that the property owner has in this type of situation?
Yes, there is, and I'll defer to the prosecutor to explain to you what that might be.
Thank you, Director Thomas. Yes, the code provides that whenever an act is made unlawful, the act shall also include permitting or suffering such act. So to the extent Mr. Esparza is engaged in conduct at the property, and his conduct, meaning his use of the property or his activities at the property, result in a violation of the municipal code, anyone who owns or controls the building is essentially vicariously liable through their connection to the property.
So I guess my question is, if this hearing is about a business license revocation, wouldn't there also be another hearing for the, or is it sequential? Like, I guess my question is, why is the property owner not involved in this conversation?
Well, the property owner is not the business operator, so obviously we wouldn't be able to deal with a business license with the property owner.
Right.
I would say that the city's enforcement mechanisms certainly are not limited to dealing with the business operator. There are a number of mechanisms by which a city can seek to enforce its code against the property owner, including administrative citations, civil action, criminal liability. But one doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the other per se.
Okay. My other question is, oh, I have too many screens here. With the monitoring results, why did the consultant, the acoustic consultant, choose a weekend to do that?
We had the consultant on standby, and the city received a complaint at that time that the activities were being undertaken, and we sent him out. Unfortunately, as Mr. Esparza testified, they're rather intermittent, and they last for short periods of time. So in an effort with economics in mind, we didn't want the sound engineer standing out there for 48 straight hours. And so he opted to leave his sound recording equipment there and his measurement devices so that we could record everything that occurred over the weekend.
But why over the weekend? Because that's when we had the complaint?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wolf?
Can the community development director, Ms. Thomas, walk us through the comment that I heard that you were starting to make about your interaction with the business owner and what the response was?
Sure. Denise Thomas, Community Development Director. We received complaints from two business owners that abut the subject property. They came into the office and they presented us with evidence, and they explained to us kind of how the noise emanating from the property was affecting their businesses and their livelihoods. We investigated, and I attempted to reach out to the property owner because the case file indicated that there should have been sound attenuation material on the site, and the doors were supposed to be down, and the doors were not down, and that was the cause of the issue. When I spoke with Mr. Esparza, he said, I can't keep the doors down because the exhaust would be dangerous to the people inside the building. And we were like, well, can you keep it mostly down? And he was not interested in complying. He said, I'm running a business too, and this is the way that I run my business. And after that, we attempted to try and make sure we completed our investigation. We did find that the complaint was credible, and we continued to work on it and to try and find a way to resolve the issue. They've been very patient with staff. They complain, I would say on average, they call our offices or they call the code enforcement directly, and they complain on average 2-3 times a month that, can you guys come out? Can you guys come out? And for a while, we didn't have a code enforcement officer because we had lost our code enforcement officer. But then when we got a code enforcement officer, Ms. Bandy, we went out to the site. And the very first time that Ms. Bandy and I went out to the property, we witnessed the sound, and we were able to capture the sound
that was emanating from the property on an iPad. And it was from there that we reached back out to the prosecutor's office and we shared the evidence that we had that showed that it was very loud. We were all out on the patio and you could not hear the conversation we were having over the sound of the Dyna machine. And so we referred the case to the prosecutor, and that's what started this most recent set of enforcement actions.
Thank you for that. And so mediation, you had reached out to the business owner to provide mediation to this. We might not have had to be here if it had been followed.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Anstead?
Yeah, Mr. Marcus, I just got a couple questions on the report. Like, I'm a little, like, some of these readings were taken in the evenings, like at 9:14 in the evening on the 9th, and then at 8 p.m., and again, they're for a couple seconds. Did you not find that odd? And like, I mean, I'm just kind of wondering, like, when you looked at these results, you had to say, like, question exactly what this was reading. And a lot of these results seem to be like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I mean, is that what your observation is, Ms. Thomas, also of how long this sound lasts? I'm asking both of you because I know, Ms. Thomas, you said you were at the site, and so I'm just trying to put these two together with what actually goes on and what the readings were on the Saturday.
Sure. Well, I'll defer to Ms. Thomas with respect to the actual sounds made.
Right.
My experience with the property and this dynamometer specifically is limited to viewing the videos posted by the property owner on YouTube.
But you didn't find it odd that these readings were happening in the late in the evening?
Certainly not, Councilman. And I think that the testimony of Mr. Esparza establishes why it's not odd. He testified that he likes to operate the dynamometer in midday because he doesn't want to do it while he's at the shop at 8 a.m. or while he's at the shop at 10 a.m. Now, I can't speak to Mr. Esparza's veracity, that's for you to determine, but it's not atypical that a body shop or a automotive shop whose owner is working there late in the evening would operate these dynamometers while he's there late in the evening.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas, about how long it lasts?
We would have to look at the iPad, but based on what we did, it was based on my experience, my direct experience. We walked out of one of the buildings, the dynamometer was revving up. It started quietly, we walked over to the edge of the property line, we turned on the iPad and we began to record. The recording that we had and the sound that it was making, we were unable to speak to each other for probably 40 or 50 seconds. It spiked, and then it went back down, and then we stopped recording, and we came back to the office, and we submitted it to the prosecutor.
So it's not just like a second or two that the sound's going to...
No, and the complaints that we received indicated that the revving will go until it's tuned to whatever it needs to be tuned to. So they'll rev, 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 then they'll stop. They'll rev, 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 then they'll stop. Then when it's over, we received complaints that they would test it in the neighborhood, and then it would rev, 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 and it would come back. And there's Ring camera footage of the vehicles going up and down the street as well. And so we took that information and we investigated.
Okay.
I would also note, Council Member, that if we're looking at these monitoring results, you'll see it's gradual and amplifies and then comes back. So it's consistent with Ms. Thomas's observations, consistent with the testimony of the neighboring property owners, and consistent with the nature of the device as reflected in the video recording.
I just got to question you on that because the readings here don't seem to be consistent with that because it only shows the readings that you've given us on this table show like 2 or 3 seconds where it's in the 70s or 80s decibel levels. So I'm trying to just understand that. It doesn't seem to correspond to me if it's a 40 seconds that you're leaving the vehicle at a high rate of speed or at a loud thing that for if your readings only are at the most 8 seconds I see on the 9th. If this was, and then I'm just hypothetically saying, let's say that this is the dynamometer, even though there is testimony that it's not. I was just trying to say if it is, it doesn't seem to correspond to what she's explaining about the noise level of more than 8 seconds or 3 seconds. I mean, it just doesn't, it doesn't jive to me. I mean, it just doesn't. I'm not getting that these results are from the dynamometer or whatever the thing is.
Certainly. Well, I can't speak to what Ms. Thomas observed. Obviously, that's for her to testify to. What I will say is that the operation of the dynamometer that I saw in the video recording produced by the business owner certainly did not last 40 to 50 seconds. To the contrary, 5 to 8 seconds.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilmember Anstead?
No other questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd just like to ask, because I haven't visited the site, there are, or there were, according to our witness, that there were 3 automotive shops there. Is that correct? And one of which was a Ferrari, which my husband's a sound editor and he worked on Ford Ferrari, and he had a lot of loud engine noises that he put into the film. So I know those are really noisy cars. Did we ever have any complaints from either of the other 2 shops?
No, during my tenure here as the code enforcement officer, the community development director, the complaints that we heard were not revving of vehicles that was sustained. What we heard was the revving of vehicles that go up and go down. And based on the information that was presented to you when they testified, the dynamometer is in the suite that he occupies. We don't know. We didn't get any complaints from the Ferrari. And if the Ferrari is closed, we're still receiving complaints. So I wouldn't be able to answer whether it was them or not. The complaints that we investigated were coming from Mr. Esparza.
So that's the only shop that we're aware of that's had noise complaints?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
Councilmember Wolf?
Yeah, I was hoping I could ask a question of the business owner.
Absolutely. This is the time to ask
Okay.
anybody the questions.
Yeah, do you mind going up? So given the gravity of this hearing and what it means, would you be willing to work with the city to put in the mitigation efforts that they have proposed? Is that something that you would be willing to do?
100%. As I said, I've been trying to work with you guys. It's my first business ever, and I've tried to do as much as I can. Moving the dynometer from one bay to another bay was not cheap. Obviously, I had to paint, installation, and stuff like that. So I'm willing to work. Like I said, I work midday to try to keep the noise out of early in the morning or late at night. I'm willing to work with whatever needs to be done. Like I mentioned, I cannot close the bay 100%. There is fumes from a vehicle that I can't breathe in there if I close it. So we shut it down enough to where I can still get air in and out. I have fans that are operate inside the actual bay in order to try to circulate the air so that obviously I can breathe when I'm sitting inside the car. But yes, I'm willing to take any sort of, do anything to help.
And are there efforts that are not done right now that could be added, additional soundproofing mitigation, or to the best of your abilities, you have mitigated as much?
So it becomes a budget thing. A dyno enclosed dyno bay to not have anything come out is about $20,000, and that's a little bit out of my budget. Same thing goes for sound and ventilation. We would need to put ventilation on the roof. I would need to get permission from the owner to try to put any sort of ventilation to extract the fumes out of it. So I've done what I think is to what I can do. without having to spend in an actual dyno room where I just wouldn't be able to afford it at this time.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my question for you. And then,
don't sit down
oh,
yet.
sorry, I
Go ahead.
apologize.
No, that's okay.
I didn't mean to be giving.
I just had a follow-up question to Councilmember Wolf's. How flexible is the 11, 1, and 3 time periods?
100% flexible. I set the times.
Okay.
And those are our preset times that are on the website. I can put them at 12, 4, and 8 if I'd like to. It's whatever I want. I just choose to put it more towards in the middle of the day.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any further questions?
I
Councilmember
have
Wolf, go ahead.
questions of staff, and I apologize. I didn't mean to. So, for the city, it's not. We would not be able to enforce a ordinance of 1 day, 2 day, a certain timing a week of running the machine.
We could condition that. We could condition that if that's what you want us to do. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
I have one more.
Thank you.
one
Go
more
ahead,
question.
Councilmember Lopez.
Was there any attempt to ask the business owner directly to just measure the dyno? Like, we're in a little bit of a he said, she said, where, you know, we've got one group of people saying it's super loud, and we've got another group of people saying it's not us. Did we ever just go to the site to measure it with their permission?
We did go to the site, and we did measure it. We've been to the site a couple of times. We've done more than one inspection. When we did the inspection where the fire department was there, Mr. Esparza refused to allow city staff to go in and do an inspection. We had a building official, we had the code enforcement officer. We were trying to see whether or not the piece of equipment was designed with the proper ventilation, with the proper soundproofing. He refused to allow us to inspect. He refused us entry. So the only person who was able to inspect was the fire department. He allowed them to inspect. We spoke, and he did not deny when we were on the phone. He knew, and when he spoke, he said, "No, I'm not doing it." So he realized that it was an issue, and he knew exactly who was complaining about him because he said negative things about them. So he described them, and he knew who was complaining. So it wasn't as though, oh, I didn't realize that I was making a lot of sound and it wasn't coming from my suite. It was, yes, I am making this sound, and I have a business to run too. So no, we didn't go into a suite because the one time we tried, he refused us entry.
Can I ask the business owner if that's
Absolutely.
true? Is that true? Did you deny?
Wait, you need to come back up to the mic.
So I guess my question is can we all be in the same room and measure the, did you deny the staff the ability?
So a few years back, I was working, and I had people show up with cameras and measure sound recording stuff, and I am with the customer, and they tried to show up and just measure, and I pretty much denied them of coming in because one, I wasn't prepared to just stop doing what I was doing. I was with the customer, and I told them that they could not just show up and record my business without my permission, so I definitely did deny the showing up with cameras. I mean, you get intimidated when somebody shows up to your business with cameras and sound recording things. So I denied it. The fire department was with them, and I let them do their full inspection, which they proceeded, and that's why we had attached a fire department.
The fire department didn't measure the noise.
No, they went to go inspect the building.
Right. So my question is, would you be open to having our staff go out there with whatever equipment is needed to get an accurate reading that we can all agree is accurate because we're all in the same place at the same time with.
I mean, I won't say no because obviously it's my business and I'm going to be doing it as you know, I would love to keep on doing what I do. And I would say you guys can go. Obviously, I need to know when you guys are going so I can make sure that I don't have 3 or 4 customers waiting for me because I can't
just
operate.
to truly measure the dyno machine.
Yeah, and you can measure the dyno. I mean,
Sound.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard a Ferrari start up. They put out 100 decibels on fire on initial startup. So, but yes, I don't have a problem with you guys going. It's obviously a car on the dyno. We use it for diagnosing purposes, and it does rev up and it does come down in a matter of seconds.
Okay, and then how long does it take to change cars? Like if you,
So we do it it's 3 cars throughout the whole day max.
Right, but
And
how
it takes
long
about
is?
45 minutes for me to take a car down and put a new car up.
So that's why you need that.
We need a gap in order to
Uh-huh.
finish one vehicle, bring it down,
Got it.
get ready for the next vehicle, prepare the dyno. We have to strap it. As you guys saw the video, there's no denying it. We have to strap the car, get it ready, connect the exhaust, make sure everything is fully functional, fire up the screen, you know, record all the data, and then, you know, connect my laptop, and I start pretty much looking at vehicle information on my laptop in order to do what I do.
Okay, and so you would be willing to schedule an appointment with our staff or a consultant?
Correct.
To read?
Yes, and I will
and
do what I
accurate.
always do, which would be close the door halfway down.
Okay.
And you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
can
to recreate like
to
the
recreate
actual.
the noise, and I mean that's what it'll be. And
Okay, and do we have access to that equipment? Or do we have to get a consultant?
We would have to get a consultant to go. We don't have equipment to do that.
Okay, okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? So before I close the public hearing, this is the last call for questions of anyone. You can be seated now.
thank you.
As the city attorney explained, we are not to ask any questions during our deliberations to ensure that any information we rely on as part of our decision is part of the official record. So last call. Anyone have any further questions? Okay. And I'm going to jump in before we jump into deliberations. I have a feeling that Councilmember Lopez might move to continue this hearing to see if it can be worked out. If I'm wrong, fine, we'll go through deliberations, whatever you.
I mean, I would be open to that. I don't take the revocation of somebody's livelihood lightly, and I feel like that is a step that has not been taken yet for various reasons. I don't know the cost of getting a consultant out to do this again, where you know they're not kind of hiding in the bushes on a Sunday. So if my fellow councilman, I don't want to delay this, and I absolutely sympathize with those that are affected by this, but I don't know. I see a path to compromise. I'm not sure about my fellow council members. So maybe, can we deliberate on that?
Sure. We can deliberate on whatever you want.
Okay,
Do you want to start the deliberation?
I would like to see if my fellow council members would be open to continuing with the discussion if there was some kind of clearer. I mean, I can say that I have some. I do not deny the issues that your neighbors are going through. Our staff has heard it. You hear it. I do feel that I'm a little uncomfortable with the data on a weekend that is coming through with times that I think are very likely for this business to have been closed down. So I'm finding that evidence difficult to reconcile, and so I would be much more comfortable having a clear reading with everyone in the same room, everyone agreeing on the equipment and the recreating the scenarios of how this is playing out, and seeing if there's some kind of agreement that we can get to where there's certain hours on a daily basis that the neighbors know about or something like that.
Okay, thank you. And before we move on, I never got back to the business owner, to Mr. Stewart's request for what evidence would come in, so let me say that so we're all on the same page. Exhibit 0 and Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 5 come in because there was no objection. Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3 will not come in because there was really no testimony or anything of why they would be relevant. It was hazardous waste and the labor code, and it just really doesn't have anything to do with this case. Exhibit 4, you know, I think that we need to let that in because I think it does, you know, the business owner did lay a foundation that he used the Ring Bell app, which I myself have used, so I somewhat understand it. So I think Exhibit 4 comes in, and Exhibit 6, I don't see, I'm gonna leave that one out because it really doesn't, those pictures just don't tell us anything. They're pictures, and in fact, I think one of them is dated a while ago. I mean, it's just really hard to tell. So, no, that's my decision, and I waited till the very end. And so what will come in is Exhibit 0, Exhibit 1, Exhibit 4, and Exhibit 5. And I think that presents your case well. And so now we will go back, and I apologize for me not doing that before Councilmember Lopez spoke. So let's move on. Councilmember Wolf.
So this is the portion for deliberation on moving on a continuance. Can you help me out here?
There's no motion, so you can actually deliberate on anything you want. But if you want to add to what Councilmember Lopez says, go for it.
I mean, this is a very serious matter, and this is the first time this has ever come before a city. So for it to have gotten this far creates complexity, and when it's interfering with other businesses, that becomes very problematic. But it's not taken lightly, like my colleague said. So I am comfortable with the recommendation to get proper agreed upon monitoring and possibly come to the table with conditions next time, so we're not just, it's not a black or white revocation of the business license, so something that everyone can work with. I don't know if that's something staff's comfortable with. That's what, going first, I'm a little...
You're doing fine.
Thank you. So that is what I would like to possibly see, is a continuance with working with the business owner to get readings and to come up with possible conditions for the business owner that we can come to some sort of agreement that would work for the neighbors as well, while not revoking a business license.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
I think I agree pretty much with what my fellow council members have already said. I agree if we could work it out, that would be best. And my feeling is that I don't feel like the prosecution hasn't proven their prima facie case. And I feel like it's been rebutted and pretty well. And but I still think the witnesses that were here that actually witnessed the sound, that I do believe them, and I think there is an issue that we need to try to work with the owner on and try to get it resolved. So I'm definitely up for trying to push it to try to get a resolution.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think my fellow council members have stated it very well. The situation, nobody wants to take away somebody's livelihood. That's not what a city council does. We try to promote business. But I think we also have to listen to the residents and what they're experiencing. So I would like to see another test, but I would like to see the neighbors also be part of that so that they can observe and say, yes, this is what we hear. so that we know we have an equal balance of what you say you're hearing and what is produced during that test. And I would also like to ask the business owner, before the test is done, if he could do, I understand there are certain things you cannot do because they are too expensive, but if you could do the most that you can do to mitigate the sound before we conduct the test, so that we know, okay, this is as much as he can do, he's tried his best to mitigate, and then we judge it at that level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, what a shame, you know, that we've all spent years and time doing all of this with, and the one thing that wasn't really happening is that people weren't talking to each other or being respectful or civil to each other and taking this serious, because the revocation of a business license is really a big deal. And it upsets me that, you know, that these people, the Vanellis, have had to complain and complain and complain since 2016. I mean, that's just insane. However, with that said, I would like to make sure that indeed the sound from this machine is actually the cause of the disturbance. I know it is because they've heard it, but it sounds like you've moved it and that you've done some mitigation measures, and I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I would say do those mitigation measures, whatever you can do now, because I would like to see if we can come up and give you a continuance so that we can do this testing and work with the people who are disturbed about the hours. I mean, maybe their workday is a different time of years and it can be worked out. That would be my hope. But frankly, if the test comes back and it violates our code, that would be a prima facie case. And so your license would be revoked, or I think it would be revoked. I don't know. I can't speak for the rest of the council. But I would just say what I'd like you to do is really do whatever you can, spend whatever money you can to mitigate those impacts now, so that because you're basically, if we continue this, we're going to continue it for a short period of time for the testing and to see what the testing says. So I'd like to defer to staff as well as you know what, if I can have the business owner, if you could come up, Mr. Esparza. Yes, Ms. Lee.
I would recommend that you reopen the public hearing for the limited purpose to consult with both staff and the business owner on the terms, whether that's the date of the continued public hearing, whether that's they agree to the neighbors also being at the date and time of the new measurement, and working with staff to make sure those mitigation measures are in place before the new measurement is taken. I think we would want them to get on the record to state if they're okay with that.
Can I just state, sorry, one more thing I didn't say? The cars that are put up when this testing has been done should reflect the cars that generate the noise. So, I mean, we shouldn't get a little Toyota Prius or something. We need to get one of these higher. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That it has to be the relevant.
So let me do this. Let me reopen the public hearing. I always take the city attorney's advice, and I'm going to have the business owner, please come back up, Mr. Esparza, come on up to the microphone, and I'm going to defer to Ms. Thomas. And the first question I'm going to ask you is, are you open to a short continuance of this hearing so that the staff can go out there and have an official expert or somebody, probably maybe even the same one, come out and put the bay in the exact order as when you are testing, and that they would be able to be there that day for your you would work out a date, and the owners would be there as well, or at least in the, so that they could explain what they hear, when they hear it, and all of that, so that we can really get a good reading on what's going out there. Would you be agreeable to that?
Yes, I can agree to that. And like I mentioned before, if it makes things worse, obviously I don't want to lose my business license. I can work with maybe instead of 3 a day, 2 a day, and set certain hours that would work for them. I know that at one point in a couple years back, I had someone send me an email and saying, hey, we have a meeting going on at 3 o'clock. Can you please give us 30 minutes? And I worked with them up to the point where I was getting emails every 5 minutes saying, I need you to stop right now. We have a meeting. And then that was when I obviously couldn't do more. But I'm willing to work with people, times, amount of cars I go on the dyno. Obviously, if you guys ever heard a Ferrari rev up, it's not quiet. So it is going to have some noise, and I will, depending on when we do all this, I will spend time and money to try to really isolate my engine bay to reduce the noise, but just trying to give you guys a heads up, it is a vehicle on a dyno being operated, and it does put out a good amount of noise, so I don't want that to be, I mean, if you guys know 75 decibels is us speaking, and 85 will hit on a light rev of a motor. And I do rev up the engines on the dyno. I'm not saying I don't. I just want to let you guys know that I'm willing to work with whatever schedule or anything that needs to be made in order to work with the city. You know, I moved into
Let me interrupt you because I just want to keep this moving, and I just want to make sure that you understand that we would just be continuing this hearing, a revocation hearing, and so you would be doing this work in hopes that your business license wouldn't be revoked, but there's no guarantee. So, you know, you don't have to agree to do this, but that's what it would be, is that, you know, we'd be continuing this revocation hearing so that you can work with our staff and the neighbors, and, you know, and obviously we don't expect you to, you know, volunteer to go out of, you know, not to use the dyno machine. So we just need to test it and see really what kind of impacts it's having in the area. So I'm going to defer now to Ms. Thomas. We'd like this to be a fairly short continuance, but we look to you to see how soon you think you can do it.
I would say somewhere between 1 and 3 months, whatever, depending on the council schedule, will work. I know budget season is coming up, and we have a lot of big items coming up before the end of the fiscal year. So a month might be a little too aggressive, but somewhere between 1 and 3 months, I believe we can come back.
Okay, great. So maybe either we would want to make sure that the business owner can do what he needs to do. Our first meeting in July is around July...
I think it's July 12th or 10th.
July 10th? July 10th? Otherwise, Ms. Thomas, it would be, we don't have a second meeting in July, so it would be the first, you know, the second Wednesday in August.
If I can, I'm so sorry to have to do this, but I have a family and I have to check my vacation schedule, and I've been pushing things off to after fiscal year end so that I can go. So let me just check a second to make sure that I don't have plans.
Okay, thank you. And how about you, Mr.?
I have an out-of-the-state trip on the 10th to the 14th of July.
Okay, so let's see what Ms. Thomas says.
I have availability the first meeting in July. I can do the first meeting in July. August is a bit more challenging, but I can definitely do the first meeting in July.
Okay, the business owner can't do the first meeting in July. So,
we're looking in August?
Yeah.
What about the end of June? I know it's budget, but...
Hey, I'm good with the end of June. Can you
here.
do the end of June?
I have to try to help with this issue and isolate the bay, so I just feel like it's a very short notice for me to try to get the dyno more soundproof within a month. I think that's very hard for me to do.
It's 6 weeks. I mean, I'm trying to be sensitive to the people around you who are years into this.
Right, and...
But today's only the 8th, and that would be the 26th, so that's 7 weeks.
June 26th or July 10th? Those sound like the two choices.
I can try. I'm 3 weeks out on work already pre-scheduled, so for me to stop the dyno and because I'm gonna stop I'm gonna stop for a week in order to try to produce I mean, I can try my best, but I really want to be able to do something to help.
If you can't do it, you know, we can make our ruling tonight. We can do that. The choice is yours. But we don't want to drag this out, and, we have vacations in August, and that would bring us into September, and that's just too far out.
What date in August was it?
It's no day in August.
Oh.
So the choices were July 10th or June 26th. I mean, I'd like to be more helpful, but I just don't know that.
No, I understand. I'll move my vacation.
Do you want to take a few minutes and we can?
No, I need the most time as possible because I have family and I do work myself, so I can't afford to hire somebody to help. So I'm gonna try to do the most I can myself. So I'll move my vacation from July 10th over, and can we just do July 10th?
Okay, great. So let's book that for July 10th, and everybody's agreed to that, and so we will continue this hearing. I'll need a motion to do that. And a second.
I'll make a motion to continue this hearing to July 10th.
Before we did that, did I close the public hearing? I have not.
I don't
So I'm
think
going to
so.
close I'm not closing the public hearing. We're continuing it. I'm continuing the public hearing. So,
So we were good.
so we're good. So
Okay,
now
I made that
Councilmember
motion.
Lopez, you can make your motion. She made a motion to continue it
I'll
to
second
July
that
10th.
motion.
Thank you for the second. And Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call?
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in, and we will see you on July 10th. And let's see. We are now moving on to, give me a second, does anybody need a break? Everybody's good? We're going into the AVSP. Okay, you want to take a 10-minute break? Okay. Sorry, everybody, hang in there. We're going to take a short break. Yes.
Will you guys be getting to me, or who will be contacting me as far as when you guys are gonna go? Because the staff, okay. I understand. I just want to make sure that it's operational and ready to go when you guys go, so that everything's ready. Correct. So that when you guys, I understand.
So they'll give them advance notice?
All right, here we go. Let me pull up my. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to a continued public hearing. Our next item is to conduct a public hearing, waive full reading, and introduce ordinance number 23-472, amending, hang on a second. No, okay. I'm all right. Okay, amending various provisions of Article 9 zoning of the Agoura Hills Municipal Code. This public hearing was continued from August 23rd, 2023. I will now open the public hearing and defer to Community Development Director Denise Thomas for the staff presentation.
Good evening,
Oh,
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Denise. Were you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. My name's Denise Thomas. I'm the Community Development Director here in the City of Agoura Hills. The item that our Principal Planner Robbie Nesevic, is going to present this evening is the Sign Ordinance Update Phase 2. We took the feedback that you provided at the last hearing, and we went and we did some field reconnaissance, and we have come back with a proposed ordinance that will address the direction you gave and the information that we found. With that, I'll turn it over to Principal Planner Robbie Nesevic.
Thank you, Denise. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of the Sign Ordinance Phase 2 update. This is a continued item from August 23rd, 2023, and for the sake of time, we are mostly going to cover the changes that have occurred in the draft ordinance since August 23rd. The previous iteration of the draft ordinance is provided as an attachment to the staff report. For a bit of a refresher, the City Council approved the Phase 1 sign ordinance on October 23rd, 2019, which addressed issues of content neutrality and other minor changes. On October 27th, 2021 and February 16th, 2023, the Land Use Economic Development Subcommittee, or LUEDC, held a public meeting with staff to discuss Phase 2 of the sign code update. Phase 2 of the ordinance involves a comprehensive update to the city's sign regulations, aiming to address impacts of sign illumination and sign permit processing. To inform both residents and businesses of the sign code update and to seek their feedback on any needed revisions, public outreach was begun in April 2022. Staff developed a survey, the results of which were included as an attachment to the council staff report. The availability of the survey was widely advertised using social media, city website, city emails, and Chamber of Commerce emails to businesses. A joint sidewalk survey event was conducted in Wizens Mall in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. On July 20th, 2023, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and recommended the City Council adopt the draft ordinance. And on October 23rd, 2023, the City Council held a public hearing where they gave staff feedback regarding a few provisions within the ordinance and directed staff to work with the LUEDC before bringing the ordinance back to the full council. Following the August 23rd, 2023 hearing, staff obtained a light measuring device that is able to measure the luminance value of signs. After the light measuring device was obtained, an LUEDC meeting was held where the staff and the LUEDC measured signs throughout the city. Page 2 of the staff report contains all of the measured light readings. At the conclusion of the meeting, the LUEDC gave staff feedback that the 700 candelas per meter squared standard was appropriate for a sign's maximum luminance value. However, the average brightness of signs should be reduced by using an average luminance value as measured from 50 feet away. To accommodate the LUEDC's feedback, the draft ordinance was revised to modify section 9655.6D as shown on the screen. In summary, the proposed maximum luminance value for signs is remaining at 700 candelas per meter squared, and new language has been added to require the average brightness of a sign to be a maximum of 300 candelas per meter squared. The average luminance value can be calculated by adding together the luminance value of each unique illuminated sign feature or color, and then dividing the total luminance value by the total number of unique illuminated sign features or colors. For example, if a sign's lettering is red with a luminance value of 200 candelas per meter squared, while the logo is green with a luminance value of 300 candelas per meter squared, the average luminance of the sign would be 250 candelas per meter squared. We arrived at the proposed luminance values based on the LUEDC meeting and based on feedback we have received from sign manufacturers. During the LUEDC meeting, there were certain signs that read just at or below 300 candelas per meter squared, and it was the opinion of the LUEDC that signs measuring 300 candelas per meter squared would still integrate into the existing character of the city. While the average luminance value has been reduced to 300 candelas per meter squared to address these comments, the LUEDC also wanted to accommodate businesses within the city that wanted certain portions of their sign, such as a logo, to be up to 700 candelas per meter squared, which is the industry standard. In addition, the sign company the city currently has a contract with, Signature Signs, has given staff feedback that the proposed lighting standards are as strict or stricter than any jurisdiction they currently work with. It is their opinion that the current provisions can be accommodated, but they advise that lowering the maximum luminance values much lower could pose some challenges for businesses and manufacturers trying to meet the standards. The United States Sign Council Foundation, an organization that performs on-premise sign research for the sign industry, recommends a mean weighted luminance of 700 candelas per meter squared, measuring the surface area of the sign and the brightness of all portions of each sign, including the non-illuminated portions. Using the recommendations of the United States Sign Council Foundation, a sign could have average luminance values above 700 candelas per meter squared, so long as the mean weighted luminance was below 700. In contrast, the city is setting a strict 700 candelas per meter squared maximum on each illuminated portion of the sign, with a required average luminance of 300 candelas per meter squared, only taking into account those portions of the signs that are actually illuminated. In addition to the sign brightness standards, staff reflected on the draft ordinance following the City Council hearing on August 23rd, 2023, and made some other improvements regarding the document's comprehensibility and to address the City Council's feedback, as well as content neutrality. There were 3 other substantive changes made to the ordinance since the August 23rd hearing. The first is that all references to directional signs have been removed from the city's sign standards, including the definition section. This change addresses content neutrality. The second substantive change is that the maximum allowable color temperature for internally illuminated signs has been reduced to 4,000 Kelvin from the original 5,000 Kelvin. This change was made due to the feedback received from the City Council hearing, or rather during the August 23rd City Council hearing. And the last substantive change is that the threshold for the administrative approval of a sign modification has been reduced from 30% to 15% for the size and height of wall signs and monument signs. Some non-substantive changes made to the ordinance include the adoption of minor clarifying language, improved document formatting, and the relocation of sign-related definitions back into the AHMC's sign provisions. And with that, staff respectfully recommends the City Council waive full reading and introduce ordinance number 23-472, amending Article 9 zoning of the Agoura Hills Municipal Code to modify regulations pertaining to signs and the review and approval authority for modifications and making a determination of exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are now available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, let's start with questions. Councilmember Anstead.
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
No questions.
Councilmember Lopez.
Nope, I'm on the subcommittee, so.
Okay. Councilmember Wolf.
I do have a question. Can you repeat what the I know it was in the staff report, but what the average is and where the city's at? And just to reiterate, I heard you say that the city of Agoura is on the stricter end, or is that correct?
That is correct, just based on our conversations with the consultant that the city currently works with for signs.
Okay, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One, and I can't find it, what page it's on, but I want to thank Robbie for spending time with me. And I had found a typographical error. I just want to confirm, because it's in one of the changes is the director's authority can be, did you add that?
Yes, I've got that change. I know
Okay.
where it is.
Great. And so somewhere in, I think when the first staff report, I thought I read something about signs being on 24 hours. Can you explain to me how would that happen, or is that a condition of approval?
Typically, that would be conditioned as part of the sign program. We don't have any standards in the actual ordinance stating that signs can't be illuminated for 24 hours.
So if there's a sign program, you can condition that the sign has to be turned off, let's say, when the business is closed or whatever. What if the applicant doesn't need to go through a sign program?
They still receive a permit, so we can still have that in the actual permit itself.
Okay, great. And then the other thing, and I'm going to ask the questions, but I saw that, and I appreciate the subcommittee and staff taking the time to go out and look at the different signs and to measure them. But here's my question. Of all the signs that were measured in the city of Agoura Hills and Westlake, none of them are even close to 700. So then even if the average is 300, Parma's Pizzeria, Jamba Juice, Postal Annex, Orange Theory, U.S. Bank, Canaan Beauty Supply, none of those are even close to 300. So why would we go all the way up to 700? And I know that might just be the logo, but let's say Target, for example. They would be able to, if they just didn't want to have letters, it's my understanding, and it was just going to be their logo, that the luminance, maximum luminance would be 700.
That is incorrect. So if they actually had only one portion of the sign, so let's say they only had a logo or they only had the lettering, the average luminance value would still have to be 300. And that's kind of the purpose of the average brightness standard, so that certain portions of the sign can be up to 700, but in total, the average luminance value would have to be below 300, regardless of whether or not there's one or multiple aspects of the sign.
And that's still quite a bit more than the signs you measured in Agoura Hills. In fact, the only one that was at 300 was a T thing, which I think is in Westlake.
That's correct. But the signs that we measured that were at or near 300, it was the direction from the LUEDC that those particular signs would not modify the character of the city of Agoura Hills, and that's why that 300 candles per meter standard was chosen.
Okay. But just so I'm clear, there are some signs that could go up to 700.
Certain portions of the signs, yes.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions myself. Let's see. Before we move on, we've already asked our questions. The public hearing is already open, so I'll now defer to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you. We have no written public comments, nor do we have any speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. Before closing the public hearing, do any council members have any further questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now we'll move on to deliberations. The committee, that's the Land Use Economic Development. So why don't we start with the Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I would like to thank staff for all the work and patience they gave us when we went out on our tour. I mean, we looked at a lot of signs, and I would just like to address, you were saying, if the logo is the only thing that is on the sign, it has to come under the 300, correct? So you can't have just logo at 700. So I just want to, assure you there that we won't have anything at 700. It has to average 300 for the whole sign. So if the whole sign is 700, it doesn't meet that requirement. Does that
I guess
make
I'm
sense?
confused on that. But
Okay, you were saying like a Target, if it was a logo and the sign was only a logo, then it has to meet the 300 threshold. It cannot go up to 700. If it's a bigger sign and a portion of it is 700 and then it has to average to 3. But if it's only logo, that logo has to be 300.
So then I must have misunderstood what Robbie said. I thought that it was 700 for the logo. So the logo part of it.
If there's nothing except a logo.
Just for a little bit of clarity.
Yes.
I'll provide an example. So if you have a sign with a logo that is 600 candelas per meter squared, and then the lettering of the sign, you have a white portion that's 200 candelas per meter squared, and red lettering that's 100 candelas per meter squared. You would then add 600 plus 200 plus 100, and then divide it by 3, which would equal 300 candelas per meter squared. So then the lettering, the brightness of the lettering kind of cancels out that 600 candelas per meter squared logo, and that's where you come to the average luminance value. If it's just one particular portion of the sign, so if the sign is all white lettering, it would have to be at 300 candelas per meter squared, because that's the only portion of the sign that has luminance.
So if I can ask a question, because I'm still confused, why do we have a provision that says it can be maximum 700?
A portion.
We wanted to accommodate certain businesses that had logos that were brighter than 300, or really any portions of signs that were brighter than 300.
If I can pipe in on that, the reason why we did that and why we moved to the average is because even though it seems like it's very scientific and we have this, wonderful machine that I'm so glad we have, it's still, you go out there and you can't believe what you're seeing. Like the things that looked so bright to us would measure low, and the things that didn't seem problematic would measure high. Like it's actually the average is what we came up with because there were just certain portions of these signs, and some of it wasn't as obnoxious as you would think, but it was measuring super high, but it was a small portion. So we were able to figure out this way of averaging it because it really seemed to be the easiest way to translate that to the assault on the eye, if you will. When it was averaged back down to 300, it allowed for those little pieces. Like if you take Italia Deli, there's some of the signs are outlined in white, things like that. There's some colors in logos that are a little bit brighter, but it doesn't really assault your eyes because it's so small. But if that were the only thing, then it would be a problem. And we saw that. You'll see on the list there is one that's 1,000, and it's just all it's
right.
It's way too bright. So we were able to do that average because it just was easier on the eyes.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. But I'm still looking at everything else that was tested in Agoura Hills is well under 300.
Well, the Play Out Loud is actually in Agoura Hills.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that, Play It Out Loud. I don't know what.
It's in the Agoura Famous Deli, that shopping center.
Oh, okay.
So you probably haven't been to play there, so you haven't.
No, I haven't played there yet.
But
so go ahead.
I think as a committee, I think we were very happy with with the compromise we came up with, and as Mr. Nesevic said, we are on the very strict end, and there may be problems if we make it any lower for people to actually have signs manufactured, and we don't want to. We're trying to support our businesses, but also control the brightness of the signs.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it for me.
Okay. And Councilmember Lopez, do you have anything else?
No, just that I was going to say it's not an easy task because your eyes deceive you. So I just want to reiterate that I want to thank the council for authorizing the purchase of the what's it called? We gave it a name.
Device.
We gave it a nickname.
Light measuring device. Oh, you came up with a clever nickname, but I don't remember.
We called it Lululemon. So we call it Lulu for short. But did seem so subjective that it was really helpful to have that, to be able to put a number next to what we were seeing and try to make sense of it in our brain, which is how we came up with this. And so, you know, I just wanted to reiterate my thanks for that. And, you know, particularly with like that Verizon sign and, you know, corporations that have, you know, pretty strict logos and signage, we just felt that that was a good compromise to be able to make sure their brands are recognizable without being overly, you know, disruptive to the night skies. So, and you know, we felt it was consistent with the survey that we had done. It was stricter than everybody around us, and not easy stuff.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolf.
This is deliberation, not questions, right? I want to be
Correct.
clear. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know if it.
But if you have a question.
No, I don't have any
Okay.
questions. This came to me when I was on land use last year, and this complex issue, and I appreciate the staff time, and it's what makes Agoura so unique is that we take the time to look at these type of things and to balance it out with the needs of the businesses and the environmental impacts that it absolutely does have. So I can make all the findings. Thank you. Great job, Robbie and Denise. Thank you both so much, and ready to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
I think the subcommittee did a great job, and I actually agree with their findings and the rationale for why they use the average, and I can make the findings that it fits in with our community and ready to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm really worried about this 700, and although you have all done a great job of explaining it to me, it's really hard for me to support something that would allow signs that are sometimes triple or quadruple of the signs that are already in our shopping centers and already, like Jamba Juice is 6 CDM2. So, you know, that they would now be able to go up to 300 seems an awfully big jump to me. And otherwise, I think everybody did a fabulous job, and it's really, really wonderful. And so I'm just going to stick with my principle because it's not so bad to have a 4-to-1. But, you know, I pushed for a long time for and this just goes to show you to amend the sign ordinance. And if you wait long enough, and then it kind of got away from me of what I was really hoping the outcome to be. So there you go. You guys all did a great job, and congratulations on finally getting it done. I know that Denise has been working on it for years, that's my thoughts on it. So if somebody makes a motion and a second, and we'll go from there.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester makes a motion to, approve ordinance number 23472, is that correct?
You could just say move staff recommendation.
Okay, that's very nice. I make a motion to approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second. Deborah Klein Lopez.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call?
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
No.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 4-to-1.
Thank you. And now we will move on to, let's see. We're moving on to our next item is to conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of resolutions to certify the final initial study mitigated negative declaration for the general plan amendment, adopt findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve a general plan amendment, including amendments to Chapter 3, and approve an amendment to the Agoura Village specific plan. I will now open the public hearing and defer to Community Development Director Denise Thomas for the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Denise Thomas. I'm the Community Development Director. I am here this evening with kind of great pride to present to you the fruits of the Citizens Advisory Group's labor. What we were charged with doing a couple of years ago, probably 3 years ago, was to take the planning principles that the City Council gave us to work with the Citizens Advisory Group, which was a body of individuals that spread throughout the city and represented many different perspectives, and to use them to bring to you a recommendation for an amendment to the Agoura Village specific plan that represented or took into account the 15 planning principles. The item that I'm going to present to you this evening will have you'll get the opportunity to speak with many of our consultants. The agenda will go as follows. We're going to go through the background of the project, then we're going to give you an overview of the projects, and then we're going to take the components of the project, the specific plan amendment and the general plan amendment, discuss them individually. We will wrap up with a discussion on the environmental document, and then we'll provide you with a recommendation. The AVSP was originally adopted in October of 2008. Over the course of time, staff has had a lot of years to work with the document, and we've identified some inconsistencies within the document and some things that could have been more clear that needed to be addressed. In January of 2021, the Citizens Advisory Group was established by the City Council, and from February of 2021 to January of 2022, the Citizens Advisory Group met monthly. Those meetings were public meetings that were done during Zoom because this was at the peak of COVID, and we were able to hold those meetings virtually, so we presented and did the whole meeting virtually. In February of 2024, we held an in-person Citizens Advisory Group to go over the final draft and receive their feedback and to confirm that the amendments represented the feedback that they had given us over the duration of our visit. The project itself is comprised of 3 components. The first component is a specific plan amendment, where we took and we clarified and restated the existing 2008 AVSP, and we added in the feedback from the Citizens Advisory Group. We also did a general plan amendment because during the course of the reviews, there was a parallel project that you are probably aware of, and a study was performed to analyze the impacts of having a roundabout, which is what was adopted in 2008, at the intersection of Agoura and Canaan roads, and determine whether or not that was feasible. Along the way, the City Council had determined that it was more advisable to change that intersection from a roundabout to a traditional intersection that was modified. And so in order to do that and to clarify our semi-rural secondary arterial roadway, that the general plan would have to be amended to provide that clarity. And then we also prepared and recirculated an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration. The first part of the project, the first part of this item that we're going to explore is going to be the specific plan amendment. And for that, we have Eric Justison from RRM, who's here to kind of walk you through the planning principles and the CAG's feedback. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Denise. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Eric Justison with RRM Design Group. And it's a great privilege to be here. We've have had the honor to work with your city for a long time, probably dating back into the early 2000s, and prepared the first version of the plan. And I've kind of watched it along the way, and we're really pleased to be able to come back and refine it with your direction. I'd just like to say at the outset that having these planning principles that the council handed down was really, I think, a smart move. It was excellent to have this kind of clarity going into the update. I think it's not only for staff and the consultant team, but also certainly for the CAG as well. It gave a lot more time for us to focus in on issues you were really concerned about. In your packet, there is an errata sheet that simply just clears up a couple of, there's a mistake on table 2.2 on page 18. Didn't match. Some of our land use designations didn't match the plates later in the document. So Just wanted to note that because it's in your package. As Denise said, I'm going to go through these planning principles and really just briefly summarize where these directives show up in the plan. This is all in your staff report. And so, of course, if you have any comments or questions as we go through it, please don't hesitate to ask. So I'll just start at the top here with principle number 1. Essentially, this was directed to ensure that the plan really focused still on delivering a pedestrian-friendly, bike-friendly, kind of mixed-use, vibrant area within the city. You guys added some elements here that weren't in the previous plan, which is a focus on alternative modes of transport, ensuring that we had consistency with your CAP plan. At the time, as Denise said, we were in the full swing of COVID, and so there was a directive to include any COVID mitigations or impacts or address those in it. Energy efficiency and building standards, fires, resiliency, and of course, kind of carrying forward the village concept that was in the original plan. So it's pretty broad. It's all focused on articulating this in the vision of the plan. And so we amended that in Chapter 1. We amended and added some details to Chapter 2 to revise some of the village plates that were previously known as zones. We renamed those as village areas. And then, of course, brought forward some of the objective design standards to strengthen the character of the village area. Did I get it? Good. Also, it shows up. Oh, thank you. This directive also shows up in chapters 3 and 4 under streetscape and beautification, and also in the mobility chapter. I know you were just talking about signs, so that the plan was enhanced to contain a lot more specificity on sign design, on branding, on theming, wayfinding, et cetera, and that does show up in the streetscape and beautification chapter 3. Next slide. Principles 2 and 3 are not the same, but they are sort of similar in that they are focused in on ensuring that the update used the data derived from an updated market demand study that we commissioned by the Nadelson Dale group. Roger Dale from that group prepared this study for us and delivered it to the staff and to the CAG. And so we were looking at this study to update some of the land use designations and regulations. So we'd ensure viability with the marketplace as we amended the plan. Principle 3 is kind of following suit. It talks about making sure that we have the market demand analysis really leading the way in terms of the split between commercial uses and residential uses. And as you remember, the previous plan was really kind of heavily weighted towards commercial use with a small amount of residential. And of course, this plan is a much more balanced mix. Next slide, please. Principle 4 is the directive and idea to consider adding a broader mix of uses to the properties on the north side of Agoura Road. The previous plan essentially only allowed or predominantly allowed a residential on the south side of Agoura Road. And so this directive was to look at the market study and say, well, what's the problem with opening, more of the areas up, like the Regency Theater site, et cetera, et cetera. So it shows up in chapters 2 for the most part. Principle 5 is, of course, at the time, you were trying to find compliance with HCD's RENA allocation. So the directive here was to be compliant and allow implementation of the cycle 6 of the housing element update, which was happening right at the same time. They show up in chapters 1, 2, and chapter 2 in terms of where those are. So in fact, in the plan, there's 8 sites with the affordable housing overlay on it. So we've successfully enabled that to occur. This principle number 6 is focusing in on the regional hazard mitigation plan. We added a fair amount to the Chapter 1 area in terms of relationship to other plans that had jurisdiction over this area. So the plan is essentially effectively implements the guidelines and recommendations from the city and county emergency evac and hazards plan. Principles 6 and 7 are essentially geared at building height. Principle 7 deals with where height is measured from, whether it's natural or finished grade, and Principle 8 deals with essentially reconsidering building heights along Agoura Road on the south side and the placement of buildings along Agoura and Canaan Road on the south side to preserve views of the Santa Monica Mountains. Essentially, the plan was revised so that the way building height is measured, and there's some plates in the document that really do a great job. There are a lot of cross sections that show you exactly how to measure building height, and it refines the definition of how they're measured. So on the south side of Agoura Road for building height, we're using finished grade to sort of more mimic the natural contours of the landscape on that side. And on the north side of the road, we're using, natural grade on the south side, finished grade. Got me there. On the north side, because it's mostly already developed. Anyway, that's those are 2 refinements. Great clear direction, and they end up in Chapter 2 predominantly. Next slide. I think we got that. Principles 9 and 10 essentially deal with density and how density gets allocated. The previous plan, because there was somewhat of a cap on the number of residential units, a portion of the residential units had to be earned through this very creative, probably not too workable density bonus program that was exclusive to the specific plan. And so your direction was really, why don't you take a look at it in light of the fact that we have a lot of other statutes and laws on the books now, including state density bonus law. We have the affordable housing overlay, et cetera, that provide density bonuses in a very different way. So we ended up eliminating that altogether, and the plan is now just consistent with normal average state law and housing, the housing element. With regard to how units get allocated, the previous plan essentially only allocated density based on a zoning district and not on a per parcel basis. So conditions were created where one developer within a zoning district could kind of use up all the density or residential density in that and didn't leave much for the other owners within that district. So we just got rid of that completely and aligned density to parcels. So every parcel owner gets their own density allocation, and everybody's happy. Principle 11 is ensuring consistency with active transportation. I know that's going to be talked about here in a little bit under the mobility section, so you'll hear more about it, but it comes through in chapters 2 and chapter 4. Principle 8 is ensuring engagement with the property owners in the area, which we attempted to do as much as possible. We had a number of meetings with them. We had site tours and walks, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think we upheld that directive. The plan, while it doesn't give any direct financial incentive to developers, it certainly provides a lot of incentive in the way that the HO is designated for this area. The HO allows many, I guess you would call them incentives, in the way that if you hit certain affordability minimums and thresholds, you can earn extra building height, reduction of setback. You can have speeded process through a ministerial review in some conditions. So there's a lot of incentive built in, including additional density. So I think we were able to accurately and enable that directive. Principle 13 is sign and lighting standards. And again, as I said before, we really did a pretty thorough update in Chapter 3 under streetscape and beautification improvements, where many more design guidelines and standards were put in for signage to enhance the sense of place. And lighting standards were changed to not only ensure environmental compliance and nighttime sky compliance and wildlife protection compliance, but also we had a lot of light and glare issues that we wanted to clean up. So those are also present in Chapter 2. And the last two principles, 14 and 15, 14 dealing with the cap and 15 dealing with ensuring that we had wildlife-friendly standards at the interface where we had urban development fronting onto wildland areas. And both of those were accomplished. The first, Principle 14, and the introduction under the relationship to other planning documents, we really just carry through references to the cap, and the plan really does enable, I think, new development to propel some of those forward. And the design guidelines, both standard and objective design guidelines, have a lot of cap-related guidelines embedded in it. And then finally, the wildlife standards, there's a lot of detailing and fencing that's in that area to enable wildlife to get under the fencing, 1 foot separation from the ground, and light standards, as I mentioned, that try to minimize and reduce glare and nighttime sky issues. So all fairly, like I said, it was great to get this clear direction, and I think we have had some good success. And certainly the Citizens Advisory Committee paid great attention to these things. So that's pretty much wraps it up for us, and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. It was thorough and easy to understand. Questions? Does anybody have questions?
We have more. If it's okay,
Sure.
everyone else has to speak, so Eric jumped the gun. If we could let them get through their presentation, you might have other questions, and we could do it all at the end.
No problem.
Thank you. So that was an overview of the CAG's work as it related to the planning principles. Next, the Public Works Director is going to shepherd you through her team of consultants, and she's going to explain to you the infrastructure changes. There were many changes that existed in other documents in the city that were not codified, that we worked very closely with Public Works to try and incorporate into this amendment. And that's part of the reason why there was a delay after the CAG completed their work. It was to try and roll both these two projects up into one project to bring before you. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Forte, our Public Works Director.
Thank you very much, Denise. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members. I'm Jess Forte. I'm the Public Works Director and City Engineer here in Agoura Hills. And tonight I'm going to discuss the infrastructure changes that Denise described. Chapters 3 and 4 cover the changes that are under the purview of my department, and they've primarily been made to clear up existing nonconformities in the AVSP or general plan and to establish the objective standards for ministerial development with the necessary detail for a developer to interpret these documents. So Chapter 3 it's pretty simple and essentially establishes the streetscape elements that were constructed as part of Agoura Road widening projects as the standards for development within the AVSP you're considering this evening. The previous document discussed the needs for widened sidewalks and decorative elements, but the current document provides those in detail with minimum widths for sidewalks, the materials that are expected to be used, landscape standards, things like that. The council, I believe, is very aware of these kinds of things being conditioned in projects in this area. So with that, we'll move on from Chapter 3. Chapter 4 covers a lot more ground. Staff has developed a street frontage improvement checklist, essentially codifying the items the city engineer would have established with a CUP, based on our interpretation of the will of the city council as described in the AVSP and the general plans. Now, moving towards a world where we're doing this all ministerially, this will codify, like Denise said, a number of those objective standards. And tonight we're going to discuss what that means for 4 specific roads within the AVSP area, including Agoura Road, Roadside Drive, Cornell Road, and Canaan Road. We'll describe the recommended modifications to street classifications within the AVSP. We'll briefly cover the Canaan Road, Agoura Road Ultimate Intersection Improvement Project, which has been evaluated at length by both the Planning Commission and City Council over the past few years. And I'll wrap up with our recommended general plan amendment, which pulls it all together. Next slide, please. So what are street frontage improvements? They're the half-street improvements in front of any development. We could stay on that past slide just for a minute. They're either within existing public right-of-way through dedications of real property or through dedication of public easements as required to conform with the roadway classifications in the general plan or a specific plan that governs a parcel like the AVSP does. The improvements can include the road beds, which is essentially just asphalt on a street, traffic striping for vehicular or bicycle movements, sidewalks, landscape areas, drainage improvements, gutters, stop signs, lighting, etc. We'll cover how the AVSP will provide these objective standards for development along Agoura Road, Roadside Cornell, and the intersection of Agoura and Canaan. Next slide, please. I'm gonna cover a few things about Agoura Road on this slide, but let's begin with an existing clash between the description of the segment of Agoura Road east of Cornell and its classification as a secondary arterial in the general plan. The general plan currently has a mobility goal that reads Agoura Road east of Canaan should encourage a semi-rural appearance and 2-lane cross-section with bicycle lanes and minimal grading. The plan goes on to describe that area as a semi-rural in nature with no curb, gutter, sidewalk, or street lights, and it omits the allowance of on-street parking in that segment. However, that segment is classified as a secondary arterial in the same document, which, as you can see on the top of this slide, or possibly not, requires a minimum 60-foot road bed and a minimum total right-of-way cross-section of 76 feet. To put that in perspective, the current roadbed is generally 40 foot wide with no sidewalk, curb, or gutter. There's 10 feet of undeveloped right-of-way to the north, which is where the Ladyface Greenway will be constructed, and up to 36 feet of undeveloped right-of-way on the south side, where 3 AHO sites are located in the general plan. A semi-rural secondary arterial classification for this portion of Agoura Road is being recommended tonight for inclusion in the general plan. The classification would allow the 2 lanes of travel, the bike lanes, minimized grading without additional right-of-way asks or excess asphalt to become the objective standard between Cornell Road and the AVSP limit on Agoura Road. The other item we're recommending in this area is an always stop at the intersection of the bridge to the Wizen Market Square property and the 3 AHO sites across Agoura Road, which is shown on the bottom of this slide to allow pedestrian connectivity, which is the first planning principle of the AVSP. The always stop would encourage shared driveway access, includes a median separation, a meandering sidewalk, and streetscape consistent with the AVSP. It does not allow for U-turns in that area because there's not sufficient turning width. The segment of Agoura Road is around a blind curve, and with the increased density anticipated, in the area and the pending development of the Ladyface Greenway, this improvement will help assure the safety of pedestrians crossing that area. These improvements will be included in the transportation impact fee update that is currently underway. Next slide, please. Roadside Drive in the AVSP area is threaded between the US 101 and existing development. It's classified as a collector street. However, the existing right-of-way in this location doesn't allow for development consistent with the 56-foot minimum roadway width in the general plan. Therefore, staff is recommending that the general plan be amended to allow collector streets within the AVSP area be 36 feet, reflecting the existing right-of-way configuration and geometrical constraints along roadside. Staff is also recommending a 12-foot sidewalk easement for public access be included as an objective standard should the property develop that frontage ministerially. This would require the existing perpendicular parking to be modified to parallel parking, which is safer given its proximity to the eastbound traffic lanes. It also encourages pedestrian connectivity by closing a sidewalk gap on roadside drive that only exists from Cornell eastbound to the driveway at Canyon Tile and Stone. So it closes that one pedestrian gap that we have on roadside. Next slide, please. Our recommendation for Cornell Road between Roadside Drive and Agoura Road is generally consistent with the 2008 AVSP, but provides that objective detail we keep describing that's required by ministerial projects. Changes from the 2008 document are minor, but they include maintaining a 10-foot southbound sidewalk, which is on the Gray Star side of the site, rather than reducing it to 8 feet. Reducing the travel lane widths to 10 feet rather than 11, which helps slow traffic. Reducing the combined diagonal parking and bike buffer to 22 feet rather than 24 feet, and keeps the 12-foot sidewalk easement required in the 2008 AVSP for combined sidewalk, street trees, and landscaping. Ultimately, the section we're recommending tonight requires 72 feet of improvements from back of walk to back of walk, where the 2008 AVSP required 74. We felt that this was a little less onerous on the business owner. This project would either be constructed by the developer or through a TIF as a CIP. And when I say TIF, that's our transportation impact fee, which is underway currently. The standard also aligns the driveways across Cornell, limiting turning movements on that short segment, and optimizes the on-street parking by adding about 10 spaces. The driveways would become an intersection of their own, and as such would require crosswalk improvements. The design of that crossing would be evaluated and included in the TIF, allowing for the consideration of the appropriate crossing without prescribing it in the AVSP document. As you know, crosswalks can have hawk signals, they can have rapid flashing beacons, they can simply be raised side crosswalks, and we don't want to prescribe that in a document like this without evaluating it further with the council. Next slide, please. Canaan Agoura Ultimate Intersection, I promised you I will be brief about this because the project's alignment has been considered extensively and was approved by the City Council in October of 2021. Next slide, please. The proposed AVSP removes the roundabout that was included in the 2008 document, like Denise described, and it replaces it with the approved intersection alignment you see here. The project has a consistent look with the AVSP beautification standards, includes activated corners and underground electrical lines on Canaan. The project is 95% complete, and upon adoption into the AVSP, staff will finalize the design plans, including the city entryway monument, for final consideration and approval by the City Council prior to entering into the right-of-way phase. Again, these frontage improvements are intended to be constructed as a capital improvement project, but could also be included in our TIF or as half-street improvements, depending on how development proceeds over the coming years. In order to develop in, next slide, please. In order to develop in the manner I just described, minor modifications to the general plan become necessary. Next slide, please. Text amendments will include language describing the newly created semi-rural secondary arterial road classification and its location within the AVSP. This slide shows those amendments for the record, but acknowledging that text is pretty small, I'm going to go ahead and read them. The roadway classification section, secondary arterial bullet, will add a sub-bullet that reads, semi-rural secondary arterial, streets that are similar to secondary arterials, but to keep a semi-rural character, have only 2 lanes and a reduced minimum roadway width. Curb, gutter, sidewalks, and streetlights are optional. The local roadway system section of the general plan The Agoura Road bullet will be amended to describe the location west of Cornell Road and just east of Vehar Drive, as well as to read Agoura Road between Cornell Road and just west of Vehar Drive is an east-west semi-rural arterial road, which is a subclassification of the secondary arterial. This portion of Agoura Road has one travel lane in each direction. Parking is not permitted along this portion of Agoura Road between Cornell Road and just west of Vehar Drive. Next slide, please. General Plan Figure M2, typical roadway classification cross sections, would be amended to include the semi-rural secondary arterial as just described. We also recommend the asterisk below collector streets be included, which would read minimum roadway widths for collector streets, for example, Cornell Road and Roadside Road, within the AVSP is 36 feet. This codifies the existing right-of-way constraints on Roadside Road, which has been built out between existing properties in the US 101, as I described earlier. And that concludes my presentation this evening. Thank you for consideration. I realize that was a lot of information. The Public Works team is available, as well as our consultants from Kimley Horn, for any questions you may have later in the presentation. Ms. Thomas, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Jessica. The other component, or the last component that we're going to present to you this evening, is the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA review. It took a circuitous route. It started where we had two separate projects. The amendments to the AVSP were likely to have been exempt, but the intersection improvements had an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration. What we ended up doing was combining the two projects together, and we recirculated the environmental document. Rita Garcia is here this evening to provide you with a detailed report of how we came to, of the environmental document that was prepared, what they looked at when they were preparing it, and she will talk to you about the restated and amended MMRP, which is the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Rita.
Thank you, Denise. Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Rita Garcia. As Denise mentioned, I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I served as the project manager for the project's CEQA documentation. As you're aware, CEQA are the environmental laws that govern, or the regulations that govern environmental review in the state of California. So what does CEQA require? Next slide, please. It requires consideration of all phases of the project, everything from planning, acquisition, construction, and operations, and all components of the project, both on-site and off-site. It requires an evaluation of the change from the existing baseline conditions to those conditions that would exist upon implementation of the proposed project. It requires mitigation for any potential impacts that are considered significant, and review of a project's environmental impacts. And those impacts are direct and indirect impacts, short-term construction-related impacts, long-term operational impacts, cumulative impacts, which are those impacts that occur when the project's impacts are combined with impacts of other related projects, capable of interacting with the project's impacts, the growth-inducing impacts, which consider economic impacts, population, and housing growth, and any obstacles that would remove that would allow growth. And then finally, it also requires consideration of unavoidable impacts, and those impacts are those that would remain significant despite implementation of mitigation. So as Denise mentioned, we conducted two initial studies, and really the objective of the initial study were to determine the scope of the project's environmental analysis and to determine what is the appropriate CEQA document for the project. So when conducting the initial study, if we would have found that the project resulted in no impact or less than significant impact, then a neg deck would have, or a negative declaration would have been appropriate. if we would have found that the project would have resulted in impacts that we could not reduce to below a threshold of significance, then an environmental impact report would have been appropriate. However, we found that the proposed project would result in less than significant impacts following compliance with the regulatory frameworks and the mitigation measures that we recommended. And so the appropriate CEQA document for the project was determined to be a mitigated negative declaration. Next, please. So this slide depicts briefly an overview of the CEQA process the project has undergone. As Denise mentioned earlier, we prepared an initial study that focused on the Canaan-Agoura intersection that was completed and circulated for 30 days in December 2022 through January 23. After that, it was determined that it would be best to bundle the AVSP update along with the Canaan-Agoura intersection, and so we began with preparation of a combined initial study, and that, which we identified as the recirculated initial study, was completed and circulated again for 30 days beginning in earlier this year, January of 24, and finishing in March of 24, February through March 24. Following completion of the initial study, there are 3 key steps, which one was the Planning Commission hearing, which occurred on April 4th, today's City Council, and then one key milestone that is left to complete following tonight's hearing would be that should the project be approved, then we would file a notice of determination with both the State Clearinghouse and the county clerk. So we mentioned the initial study. The initial study looks at 20 resource areas, a very broad range as depicted on this slide. Everything from aesthetics to air quality to biological, cultural, tribal resources, energy, geology and soils, greenhouse gases, noise, mineral resources, utilities, public services, an A to Z of environmental resources. Next slide, please. So among those resources, of all of those 20 resource areas, our initial study findings were that the project would result in no impact or less than significant impact for 12 of those resource areas. For the remaining 8, it was determined that following compliance with the regulatory framework and the mitigation measures that were identified, the project would result in less than significant impact. And those 8 areas requiring mitigation were aesthetics, biological and cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, transportation, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. And again, the project qualifies for a mitigated negative declaration because our analysis found that all impacts could be mitigated to below a threshold of significance. As we mentioned earlier, both initial studies were circulated for a 30-day public review period. During the public review period for the first one for the Canaan-Agoura intersection, we received only one comment letter, and that was from Caltrans. During the recirculated initial study mitigated negative declaration, which combined the intersection with the AVSP update, we didn't receive any comment letters. So upon review of the comments received in the only letter and the city's proposed responses to those, we were able to confirm that there was no new information that was determined as a result of those comments and responses. No new impact was identified, and the severity of the impacts that were previously identified in the initial study did not increase. And so therefore, the findings of the initial study remained applicable to the proposed project after completion of the responses to comments. So as I mentioned earlier, there's one key milestone left. Should the project be approved tonight, we will file a notice of determination with the State Clearinghouse and the county clerk, and that notice of determination will initiate a 30-day statute of limitations period during which time the project's CEQA approval could be challenged. And with that, I'll return it over to Denise. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. That concludes our presentation. Staff respectfully recommends that you approve a resolution recommending recommending approval of the following: a resolution adopting the initial study and mitigated neg deck as amended and the amended and restated mitigation monitoring and reporting program, that you approve a resolution amending and restating the Agoura Village specific plan, and that you approve a resolution amending the general plan. Thank you for your attention. We are finished with our presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. You guys did an excellent job. Questions? Let's start over here. Councilmember Wolf, do you have any questions? Or am I catching you too soon? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. That's totally okay. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. You know, I've been on the subcommittee for most of this time, so I've had lots of opportunities to get my questions answered. But I do have a few things that I'd like to clarify. The first one is regarding when Ms. Forte was talking about the Cornell Road. I don't know if it's possible to get that slide back up. The Cornell Road. Oh, one more.
One more. That one.
Keep going.
No?
One more.
Oh, okay.
No. That one.
That one.
That one. You mentioned that, you know, we can't really prescribe the type of crosswalk, but it concerns me that there's no crosswalk noted there. And I know that, you know, for a lot of the other improvements, we do show where there's at least could be a crosswalk. And I'm wondering if there's something that we should add. I mean, there will be people crossing the road there, and so I don't know, and maybe you don't know if they'll be crossing up at the up at roadside, or if there's going to be a crosswalk in the middle, like you said, possibly a hawk. But I'm just wondering if there's something that we should put on there to note that we will be considering a crosswalks to keep people safe.
I would like to know if we're at a point where we could add that to this document, but I would like to assure the council that the inclusion of a crosswalk during the transportation impact fee update that we're doing now would be codified by the city council and could become a project without it necessarily having to be in the AVSP. But are we at a point where it's too late to add a crosswalk?
We can do minor amendments to this document as long as they don't qualify as substantive, and I would have to rely on Rita for that. It wouldn't trigger a recirculation of the environmental document. So just adding an illustrative that shows where the crosswalk could be seems like something we could include if that's the pleasure of the council.
That's correct, Denise. Just to clarify that, addition of a crosswalk, we would have to just demonstrate that those physical improvements associated with that fall within the scope of the environmental analysis that has already been conducted, and assuming that there are no additional property acquisitions and everything is within the existing right-of-way, that should be the case. But that would be the exercise that we would complete.
So yeah, you're saying yes, we could add an illustrative, not a committed, just graphic, just noting that it's coming.
Denise Thomas, Community Development Director. You could direct us to show a crosswalk on this stretch of Cornell Road, if that's your pleasure.
Okay. Okay, I'll save my comments about that when we get to deliberations. My next question is, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask Eric to maybe clarify it just for the public. But in our document, in the beautiful plan that we've put together, it really talks about 2 and 3 stories being the highest number of stories that we could have. But I know that, you know, because of our overlay and, you know, the affordability concessions, just wondering if you can comment on the possibility of it being more than 2 or 3 stories high if certain conditions were met. I just want to get the public aware that even though this document refers to 2 and 3 stories, if you could help us explain that there actually could be more than that.
Yeah, again, thanks for your comment, Eric Justison with RRM. The plan has very clear standards on building height. Some of them I talked about earlier in the presentation. And it definitely was the CAG's intention to limit building height to 3 stories as the highest, and in some cases lower than that especially along the south side of Agoura Road, Keenan Road, et cetera, for viewshed reasons, as I mentioned. However, there are 8 sites within the AVSP that are essentially designated as affordable housing overlay sites for which certain concessions can be granted by the city, essentially in exchange for differing levels of affordability that are included in the project. And so one of those concessions could be building height. And so insofar as that's concerned, that would be the only condition in where building height would exceed the 3-story maximum we have laid out in the plan. It is really an exchange for a higher level of affordability to be included in the plan, which is what your goal is citywide to comply with RENA. I guess I just comment that it remains to be seen if a developer and applicant would actually request that kind of concession. That may or may not be the case. There's other concessions that could be granted, setbacks, for example, or a relief on some parking standards, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not known for sure. And it's not known also if every single affordable housing overlay site is going to be utilized for such either. Wherein the standards in the plan at the heights we have established at 3 stories would then persist.
Okay, great. Thank you for that explanation. Just wanted to get that on record. And then my last question / clarification is in the plan when we were talking about the logos and the sign colors, those are proposed, not decided, right? We never did finish deciding the colors and the final logo for the area.
The logos and the branding are based on, and I'll defer to Public Works Director Jessica Forte. We took the recommendations of the council as it related to some of the signage and the logos and branding that you guys approved when you approved some of the monumentation along Canaan Road, and we incorporated that. So while each individual property owner may be allowed to submit a request, it would have to be consistent with that design so that the private development within the AVSP mimics the public development and investment.
But I don't think we did approve that is my question. I think we did not finish approving those, if I recall.
We were deferring to the CAG on that. We wanted their input.
Just a second, let me double check and make sure that we didn't. I thought we had images of the signage that's supposed to be along Canaan and Agoura, and I thought that what we did was take that signage and use that in the document. So let me confer with Eric real quickly, and then we'll answer the question.
I do remember the Public Works Department working on those signs, but it was the other monument decoratives along Agoura Road that we were waiting to, that no decisions were made, and it was going to be
I believe that those were removed from the AVSP area. The multitude of like distributed signs throughout the AVSP, the one that would have been in the median on Canaan, the ones that were the
corners.
The corner, yeah, those pillars. I think a lot of those were removed from the plan as part of this process. The sign that I was describing as part of my presentation is the city entryway sign as you come up Canaan from the beach.
Right.
And that sign has not been approved by the full council, but we've brought it down to, I think we have about 2 or 3 alternatives that are pretty tight that we were gonna look at after this process for the lettering, what the signs actually say, the size, that kind of thing.
That was my question, because we didn't finish approving that.
Right.
And I'll never forget a Larry Brown comment
No.
about one of the logos, and I just remember
Yeah.
we postponed it. And so seeing it in here, I just wanted to make sure that what we're approving tonight is still open to, that's nothing set in stone, literally, on that piece of it.
That's correct.
Okay.
The idea is that we show intent.
Okay,
Design
that's great.
intent. We show various palettes of colors and some examples of some signs, but we would expect that a more refined process would go forward and come back to the council for final approval.
Okay, and then my last question is, I looked over and over again, but do we have, and if you can't answer this right now, it's okay. It's not going to change CEQA, but actually it might. I guess my question is, in terms of intent of what we want to do, we want to be pedestrian friendly, and we want to promote this kind of downtown area. There's a lot of intent. Do we talk about our intent to preserve our cultural resources? I know that's all part of CEQA, but just in terms of the verbiage, the intention of respecting and preserving the cultural resources and the historic resources that are there?
The mitigation monitoring and reporting program requires us to be respectful of the cultural resources that exist in the AVSP, and there are special measures that have to be taken at development. And so that is adoption of the ordinance and adoption of the MMRP, the restated MMRP, would trigger compliance with that. Additionally, we did tribal consultations as part of this process, and the mitigations that they required was they wanted notification and a monitor, and that was the outcome for the cultural resources. So yes, we do have that. We have
I'm just wondering if we have that spelled out kind of in more of a general philosophy of the area. I know we're doing it in terms of our own checklists. I'm asking, is there any? I didn't see it, but is there any paragraph or any introduction or something just a little bit more goal focused about how we want to respect that? If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Councilwoman Lopez, Eric Justison. I don't know that we have explicit language around cultural and historic resources in the specific plan, but what I would say is, because this document sort of flies like within your suite of other documents, including your zoning code and your general plan and other documents that may address that, the plan essentially defers to other regulatory guidance, rules and regulations that the city has if it is silent on those issues. And in this case, I would say, if the plan doesn't say specifically something that would take precedent over your other code guidance, then everything you also already have in the city would apply in this area. And that language is showing up on page 9 under relationship to other documents and overlays. So it's really a feature that most specific plans like this contain, because you're not going to catch every single sort of element that you may want to have applied to this area. So it's a good, safe sort of a backup for these plans. I hope that helps sort of clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead, do you have any questions?
Just one. Going back to the roadway over by the Wizen Center with the walkway and the stop sign, I think, that you talked about.
The always stop on Agoura or the crosswalk on Cornell?
The crosswalk on Agoura. So going across there, and the proposal is to have a stop sign there as well? Is that what you said?
Yes, the proposal at this, it becomes an intersection by state law once you have kind of created a T between the driveways that are across the street. So you legally can cross there. Pedestrians are allowed to cross at any intersection. So this curve, we have had an unfortunately high level of accidents. If you referred to our local road safety plan, you can see the incidents listed there, but of bicycle and vehicular accidents here. So incorporating that pedestrian element at this area where we know we're developing the Lady Face Greenway and the densities of those 3 sites having, I think it's a little over 100 people, or 100 units, I'm not certain, but there's going to be a fairly high density there. So having the always stop as you come into the AVSP area, allowing those pedestrians to get across seemed the most safe way.
Okay, and you've looked at that stop sign with the next stop, because it's very close. I mean, that's not that far.
They're 700 feet apart, 700 something feet apart, which is a typical city block is about 500 feet. So it's not atypical, especially as you come into a more pedestrian dense area. So if you're coming down Agoura Road and you stop at this proposed always stop, it kind of forces you to enter the rest of the AVSP area more cautiously. I hope that it helps answer your question.
I think so. I just want to make sure traffic flow that you've kind of looked at that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. I've been sort of living with this for a couple of days. If you go back to the Cornell Road again, that we've all been looking at, I have a question for you there. So we're going to have the driveway foot to go to where like the Wizen Center is going to be moved down, so it won't be as close to, what's the barbecue place called? I've gone blank. It's
Wood
late.
Ranch.
Yeah, Wood Ranch. So that will disappear, and you're going to move it further down. Is that correct? And then you're going to close off the other exit, so there will only be one driveway going into to the back of the Wizen Center behind the Canyon Club?
Yes, and again, this is if this project develops a large affordable housing site ministerially, right? So if that area is completely re-envisioned, that's what would trigger this to be done ministerially.
Sorry, so when you say that area, you mean the Wizen Center?
Yes.
So right now, with the Regency development, it won't change anything on the other side of the street?
No. This would only be triggered if there was a large-scale AHO site developed on that property.
On that property.
The changes to Cornell Road would only be triggered by something like that. We wouldn't force a driveway to be realigned if they weren't changing that frontage.
Right. So at the moment when the Regency goes in, they will either have to cross at roadside pedestrians I'm talking about, or at Agoura Road. They won't be able to, well, they will, but they won't be officially allowed to jaywalk across, correct?
In that location, that's correct, but there is another mid-block crossing that's being accommodated by the Lady Face Greenway site. So there's the opportunity to cross at Agoura Road, mid-block, or at roadside under those conditions.
Okay, and then I have another question, and I don't know if this is the right place to ask it, but I was just, when I was going through everything, and I did watch the Planning Commission, and they were talking about the bus shelters at some point, and I'm curious, do we have any, because currently, am I correct, there are no bus routes along Agoura Road? Is that not right?
There are not. Yep. There's no bus routes on Agoura Road. There is a bus stop at Roadside, actually,
Correct.
just
Yes.
in this location.
So my question is, since we want to keep this pedestrian-friendly and bike-friendly, are we going to protect this section of Agoura Road so that it won't have buses and the buses will stay in roadside, or do we have no control over that? I'm just curious.
I don't have a sense for the will of the council on that, and I don't think that the AVSP document prescribes that. So
would Metro come in and say, oh, we want to change our bus route? Would they have to get permission from us to do so, or would they just do that ministerially? I don't know.
That's an excellent question. I have not worked for, like, in the 20-some years I've been doing this, I haven't seen just a new bus route be forced upon a city without some conversation.
I just would like us to, if we are having this as pedestrian bicycles, it would be nice to keep buses off it. So I just want to throw that out there. And finally, it's just for the general public, because they don't understand a lot of this. With these revisions, what is still going to be allowed to be built now? So we're trying to push more residential. I understand that. So we're emphasizing residential. Does hotel count as residential, or does it count as business?
Hotels have their own use. They're not, Denise Thomas, Community Development Director. Hotels they have their own use. They're not residential, they're not business, they're hotels, and they're provided for as such in the plan.
So they can, in on any of these lots, they could put in a hotel. I just was curious. That remains an option.
Yes, that is correct. There's both what we would term residential and non-residential uses. Under
Right.
the non-residential use, offices, office buildings, retail, other commercial service uses, and visitor serving like hotels. When we did the economic analysis on this, there was found to be a demand for up to 2 hotels in this area between 60 and 100 rooms, something like that. They are allowed in a number of different village areas within the plan. It would just use up whatever capacity of FAR, floor area ratio, that's been allocated to the commercial category.
Right. And then when we talk about residences, that could be either owner-occupied or rental, correct?
That's correct.
And we have no control over that either.
That's correct.
Whatever the developer wants. Okay, I just want people to be aware, because, I mean, I think we've all lived with this open space for so long, it's going to be a bit of a shock, but it's coming. Okay, thank you.
Right, that's why we don't call it open space, we call it undeveloped land. Any other questions? Councilmember Wolf?
I am now ready.
Great.
When was the economic study done? I forgot.
Oh, that's a great question. Let me think. I think it was 2020.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if anything's changed through then. Okay, so that's one question. Another one is, this is probably a Kimley Horn question, but for the sensitive plant survey, is it going to be done every April through June? Or, and this is on page, what am I on? Page 15, I guess, of the Kimley Horn Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program.
Yes, just give me a moment and I'll find that mitigation measure, please.
Yeah, it's on page 32 of the staff report and 15. Because there are interesting protections for the Lions Pentakita and the Agoura Dudleya.
And is that bio dash, which one in particular are you looking for?
I'm looking at the certified bio-1A sensitive plant survey and protection area.
Yep. Let me just find that, one moment, please.
Yeah.
Bio dash 1A. Yes, sensitive plant survey. They would be done upon, for each development, and there are certain guidelines depending on the sensitive species of the appropriate time of the year that those focus surveys would be conducted. So they wouldn't be done each year. They would be done at the entitlement application only one time to determine the presence, absence of the species.
I see. And, but would we do it at if the developer came forward and was ready, would we wait for the season that we know that it's going to be in bloom or in production?
There's two strategies that could occur, yes. I mean, spring surveys would be the appropriate time. We can't defer the mitigation or defer identification of the species, but we can assume their presence and therefore develop specific measures to avoid or lessen the impact if we assume that they're present in the analysis. So if it's near the spring, the focus surveys would either be done in the spring or the species would be assumed to be present, and therefore the mitigation would address the presence of the species.
Okay, thank you. That's really important. I mean, the plant's named the Agoura dudleya for crying out loud. My next question is for Jessica, and if we could look really quickly at the Agoura Road east of Cornell slide. There we go. On the, I think it's the south side, how long will that sidewalk go? Or is that a sidewalk, what I'm seeing in like dark orange?
You have a keen eye,
Thank you.
Councilmember Wolf. It is. It'll just extend across the affordable housing sites that are there. So it will only extend along the developed sites to provide that pedestrian connectivity. It goes to, there is a I think it's single family home. There's a development on the bottom left, the furthest, I guess, west. You can just see a tiny little corner of the property that's been developed. So the sidewalk extends to that home or business, to this across to this stop sign. I'm sorry, it's past my bedtime.
No, I'm totally.
And then it continues on the other side just to the two other sites that are AHOs.
And that will only occur if a development does go there, or is that going in?
So this presents one option. This is the most desirable. We're hoping that those property owners will work together to have a combined or a shared access driveway. So it only introduces one conflict point with the bike riders along that corridor. That we cannot mandate that of these property owners. If the individual lots each want their own driveway, they are entitled to that. To access their property, those would be restricted to a right in, right out only, because you can imagine if you just had 5 driveways back to back to back in that corridor coming out to the Class 2 bike facility, it could be a little dangerous.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. And my last question, you already answered, but I just didn't quite understand about the landmark sign on Canaan and Agoura Road. What is the timeline for that? When would are we voting on that, or is that?
So the entryway monument sign that's under the purview of the Canaan Agoura Ultimate Interchange Improvement Project. It's a mouthful. Ramiro shouldn't have named it that. I'm just kidding. It's that is going to be located at essentially Cornell and Canaan. So that's like as you're further west or south on Canaan, if that makes sense. And that will be voted on with the final plan adoption for the Canaan Agoura intersection project.
That makes sense. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilman Wolf, if I may clarify, I found a more detailed response to your question. In fact, that mitigation measure bio-1A does say that surveys shall be performed during the blooming period, April to June. So it does specify, and it would be performed one time.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I saw it written out, and I just wanted the clarification, and it's just really important to me. So thank you for that double.
Thank you. I only have a couple. Do you have a comment, Denise?
While everyone else was answering their questions, I went into the book and took a look. And to answer Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester's question, are hotels allowed? Hotels would be allowed in each one of the planned areas, the village areas, but they would have to get a conditional use permit. So those would be discretionary actions that will come before you, and all of the objective standards and some of our policies we would be able to apply because it's not a housing project. And to follow up on your original question about cultural and historic resources, Councilmember Klein Lopez, what we did was the provision that Eric quoted to you is in here. All projects citywide are subject to our general plan, and you have to comply with the policies in our general plan. And our general plan explicitly requires us to be sensitive to cultural and historic resources. And then I looked at the long-term mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and it does require you. We have mitigations in there that would require tribal consultations, and that is actually part of the ordinance. It's not a separate document. The resolution would adopt both the MMRP and it adopts the document itself. So I just wanted you to know that.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and part of this is just my own confusion. So something like the goal of, drought-resistant landscaping, drip irrigation, things like that. A developer would come in, they would find them in the CAP, they would probably find them in the objective standards. Would they find them in the restated AVSP, or not that detailed? Nothing jumped out at me about that, and so that's why I have a question.
Yeah, exactly. It's very common to not repeat and rewrite your entire zoning code and ordinance in a document like this. So there are many, many other requirements and standards that you already have on the books. And like I said again, when the plan is silent, it just reverts to whatever rules you have in place. So there are many standards I'm sure that you have. The state has standards with regard to water use, water calculations, water audits, drought tolerant native species and all that sort of thing. So all those requirements that you currently have in the city would be required in the specific plan area, unless it said to do something else, and we didn't take that route.
And so just talking about the CAP in Chapter 1 is sufficient?
Correct, exactly, because we just defer to what the CAP requirements are instead of trying to restate it
every single time.
Detail. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great. And then also, in Chapter 5 of the Agoura Village Specific Plan on page 90, it's part of the infrastructure and has a list of our schools. And I wasn't sure if, I noticed that Buttercup was not on there. I don't know if it makes a difference or if that matters. It doesn't really change anything, but I noticed that you had both Mariposa and Sumac. You see that too?
Yeah. Maybe we just add that to the errata sheet.
Okay. Whatever.
I think we probably just missed it.
It's just something that I noticed. And then let's see. So on the MMR, just so I'm perfectly clear, the definition of the project is the update of the Agoura Village Specific Plan.
Yes, so the mitigation monitoring reporting program started with the base of the measures that were included in the 2008 AVSP. It updated to exclude the ones that were no longer applicable, such as concerning the roundabout. And then it also expanded to include mitigation measures that were specifically required for the Canaan-Agoura intersection and to mitigate those impacts. So that MMRP bundles those two sets of mitigation measures into one document. And you'll find that in the final initial study mitigated negative declaration. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was a little confused on the oak tree mitigation throughout, and so I just wanted to make sure I was looking at it from the right perspective, that it's based on the update. Because at one point it talks about removal of an oak tree. and goes through that. And then in another area, it basically says you can't remove an oak tree.
The mitigation measure is from the original EIR that covered the Agoura Village specific plan. So in an instance where, in an instance where removal of an oak tree, the applicant would be subject to the city's permit, oak tree permit, or oak tree ordinance, excuse me. And so if it were removed, it would be subject to that. Actually, it is an additional mitigation, so there are two regulations. So it's the ordinance as well as the mitigation.
Okay, great. And then let's see. You know, with our tribal partners, I'm sure that did we reach out more than just an email to them?
We actually had conversations with them.
Wonderful.
We circulated it 4 times. There are 4 different tribal consultations that we performed. Of the 4 that we performed, we actually had a Zoom call with them for 2 of them.
Excellent. That's great news. Some of these thoughts come up because of things that we've been challenged on before. And a couple of those things have to do with, the photographs that we use in the plan have come back to haunt us on a couple of occasions. So somebody mentioned something about, I think it was Council Member Klein Lopez, about things could be more stories than 2 stories. So I saw in one area of the plan, it had a 2-story residential area, but then as I went further into the plan, it seemed to have 3 or 4 stories. So I think that covers it, but I would just ask that, we all just take another look to make sure we're not setting people up to say, well, the plan was supposed to be 2-story residential, because we already know that more than that is coming. And the same thing with another project that came, and I can't quite remember the details of this. It was in the Cornerstone project, but we got challenged on the CEQA document because the plan didn't identify what oak trees were being removed. So I would just, identification of the exact oak trees. It said, it said 15 oak trees would be removed or, impacted, but it didn't identify each of those, and it became an issue for us.
To clarify, in this instance, the oak trees that are identified as being removed, which total 12, focus on the Canaan-Agoura intersection component. The oak trees that would be removed as part of other applications within the specific plan area would be subject to both the mitigation identified in the MMRP concerning oak trees, as well as the city's ordinance.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you. Does any other council members have any additional questions? Denise has a question.
It's information. The plan itself, Eric's been looking through the plan, and he has some information for you regarding the drought-tolerant or native species landscape.
Yeah, so just in taking a harder look through this, on page 39, we have a section on our objective design standards where we talk about landscape and hardscape, and there's a couple of policies in here requiring the use of native California and drought-tolerant planting and water-efficient irrigation systems. So again, it's just sort of, I think, reinforcing what you already have on the books, but we called that out in particular here.
Okay, great. That's in the objective standards, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you for clarifying that. If nobody has any further questions, then I'm going to open the public hearing is already open, and I will now defer to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber. We do not have any written public comments, nor do we have any speaker cards.
We have no speakers on this? I see somebody who looks awfully familiar who seems to have sat here all night. Mr. Tucker, did you want to speak on this? If you do, come up to, and that, well, we're planning on it unless somebody says something differently, but you're welcome to come up to the speakers, and you'll fill out a speaker card for Ms. Rodriguez when you're done, but let's just start with you now.
Well, I'll fill it out though once.
When you're done. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wasn't prepared to speak because I thought this was being continued. So I didn't realize this was going to happen tonight. But if it is, I I object to the fact that really I was not notified of this, either this meeting or other meetings. This is a surprise to me. The discussion about the fact that we've had a lot of time to know about this, but, excuse me, let me compose myself a second. Excuse me.
Take your time. Well, yeah, we'll give you a little extra time.
All right, it's late, and I didn't realize this was going to be voted on. I was under the impression that we were going to have a discussion about this tonight, and that there is going to be a possibility this is going to be continued to a later time. So I was not prepared to go forward with talking about. But since I am on the spot.
Well, let me ask you, are you up there to advocate for us to continue this project, to give you more time to review
because
it?
the fact of the matter is, even though this is affecting my property, Wisdom Market Square, and it's a very important decision we're making tonight, and a lot of the CAG meetings, as I understand it, have taken place over a long period of time. I went to an early couple of them, was not notified that their future, I was not notified of the more recent CAG meetings, nor was I notified. And even though we just heard that there have been 4 meetings with the property owners, I don't remember having 4 meetings. I remember having 1 or 2. And those weren't specifically about the specific plan and how it's being amended. They're about ancillary discussions about certain subjects, but not about the whole concept. Now we see this in writing, and it's all of a sudden it's on the planning, it's on the city council discussion tonight. Property owners were not specifically told about this meeting. I'm not talking about just my own properties. I'm talking about the Regency people were not told about it. I talked to them today. I also know that Ted, what's Ted's last name? Ted
Snyder?
Ted Snyder, he was not told about this meeting tonight. No, it's one thing to be put on an interest list, which I was never told you should be put on it because you're a property owner. I was told that it was the interest list was something that was presented and could be applied for, but I didn't even know about the interest list until tonight. I went to meetings early on and was told that that there was going to be lots of opportunity to discuss this, and no one then notified me as a property owner. And if I wasn't reading, if I would have to read the Acorn perhaps to find out about it, or maybe it was discussed on the website, but it wasn't notified on a formal basis with property owners that are really affected. And this is something we're going to have to live with. And I know that as time goes on, we're going to be looking at this specific plan and say, well, that was in a specific plan. Well, we didn't have time to take a look at it. I'm not looking for this thing to be stopped dead track and instead to have it stopped dead cold, but I would like to have the opportunity to review it and take a look at it and see if there's anything that's draconian. Live with. This is something that is a document that a lot of people have worked on, and I appreciate the effort that's been made. But this has been, as I just was talking to Ed Cadoni, I can't remember pronounce his last name, but Ed was telling me that the meetings that he went to, and he was on the CAG, were about 3 years ago, and they had the last meeting was a few months ago. And aside from that, he said he hasn't been involved all that much, and it was something that I think it deserves a little attention, a little pause. Not a full stop break on it, but certainly a little pause to take a look at it and make sure there's nothing in it that's going to be something we're going to have to live with for the next long time, many years. Okay. And I really appreciate the fact that the city would take a little bit of a pause and give us an opportunity to read through it, and if there's anything draconian again, talk about it.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sitting through tonight's meeting and giving your comments on that. Does anybody, do any council members feel that they want to move to continue this matter? It would be a short continuance, but it would be a continuance.
I would, I'm open to that, but I would also like to see if we have any other comments, because if we're continuing it or tweaking the little things, then I'd want to give us the opportunity to do that.
I have no problem doing that. We can go ahead and make our comments and then see where it goes from there. Okay, who would like to start with comments? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we'll start, and Councilmember Klein Lopez, why don't you go first?
Thank you. I would like to go first just because I think I'm the consistent member of the Land Use Economic Development Committee. It is late. It is past my bedtime. I don't know if I said that acronym right, but I think I'm the longest serving participant on this dais on that committee, as well as being on the ABSP ad hoc committee. So, you know, I want to say that, first of all, I'm just going to deliberate and then we'll figure out what we're doing after that. But I just want to go back a little bit in time and thank the council of 2020, was it, when we put those planning principles together, the 15 planning principles with Linda Northrup. It really did lead the way for the CAG, and I also want to thank the CAG for putting in so much time into reviewing this. And they kind of got caught up in our objective standards as well. We kind of went through that at the same time, and so they really helped us with the objective standards as well. So I just want to thank them in advance. I'll try to keep my comments short just because it's been such a long meeting, but I do want to highlight a few things that we really did as a CAG and as a subcommittee try to focus on, and that was, as Eric Justison said, the forward-thinking transportation options, climate action, energy efficiency, COVID impacts, changes in market demand, especially since 2008, incorporating our housing element in our arena, and figuring out and defining what building height is, whether it's natural grade or finished grade, and you know, fixing some of the little things that didn't make sense, like you know, making sure that different owners in a parcel have kind of equal opportunity to build, and not one developer kind of snatching up all the density of that parcel and not leaving for anybody else. The consistency with our CAP, the urban wildlife interface. It really was such a long slog. I mean, we're here pretty much 4 years later. We've done so much work, and so you know, it's been a big, long commitment, and I just want to thank everyone involved. Because the subcommittee changed in the middle, you know, it started out as myself and Linda Northrup, and obviously she's not on the council anymore, but it was Councilmember Wolf was on it with me, and then Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester. I actually also didn't see this not final, but this latest draft in the pretty colors until the package went out. I mean, obviously I knew what went in it, and I knew what I hope to see from it, and it's beautiful and I love it. But there are a few things that I would like to see that I didn't have a chance to say to the subcommittee because we couldn't have the subcommittee meeting. One of the things is I would love to see that crosswalk, even even if we say possible. You know, something that we could put in there saying that we understand pedestrian safety is important on Cornell Crossing, because there already is pedestrian traffic going from one shopping center to another. You might park in the Regency Center and walk over to Wood Ranch, and so I think kind of prioritizing an idea for a crosswalk is important to note there, even if we don't have the specifics for it. And I also, I understand what everybody's saying about our statutory requirements to reach out to our tribes, but I really, and I understand your point of not needing to repeat everything that's in other ordinance. I do think that mentioning the Chumash tribe and honoring our native population is important to repeat. And so even if it's just a sentence or two or a small paragraph on page 8 where it says vision, where we're talking about things like we want to fit into the natural surroundings, we want to retain oak trees, we want natural, it's just a big picture vision on page 8. I think it would be nice to have a couple sentences about honoring our Chumash resources and historic preservation. And I would leave that to better writers than myself, but I would love to see a draft just adding a sentence or two in there. I will say that, if we can do that, and then any other adjustments or comments that maybe the council agrees upon, I don't know if you agree with me on that, but maybe we can continue it just for another 2 weeks or something to give everyone a chance to review it a little bit more and then bring it back for a final vote. I don't know if that's going to be the pleasure of the council, but those are my comments.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem, you're on that committee as well. But let's go with Councilmember Ansett. You were a member of the CAG, weren't you? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
No problem. First of all, I think I just want to compliment Denise, Ms. Thomas, concerning some of the changes that the CAG wanted to have and that are made in this plan. And I definitely, some of them, City Councilwoman Lopez called out some of the measures, like the measuring from the finished grade, not the natural grade, that was discussed at length in the CAG. Too much commercial was also discussed quite a bit at the CAG and is incorporated into this plan. So I think that change is great as well. And I also, the parcel unit was also discussed at length in the CAG about having the units allocated per, I think it was per zone before, and now we're doing it per parcel. And so I think those are 3 big changes that I think definitely affect the plan and are incorporated in the plan, and I like that we're in there. And I am very comfortable pushing the meeting at least a couple weeks, if not to give other business owners and property owners in the area to make sure that they're fully aligned. We don't want to have any crossed signals here with finalizing this. So I'm fine pushing the final decision out a little bit. That's kind of my comments. I think everything else is good. Some of the traffic things are a little newer and weren't not discussed in depth really in the CAG meeting. And so some of those kind of just kind of getting hit with those at this meeting, but I think most of those seem to make sense, and I think I'm fine with the changes on that side.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll jump in. I served on the CAG, on the Planning Commission, so as a part of this, I'll start off by saying I am comfortable with the continuance and giving more time for other stakeholders to review this. I appreciate the work that went into this. I think that the objective standards and policy principles, that was really smart planning because it provided us with some local control on some of these projects. And I mean, you're so far ahead of, I'm trying to think of the right thing to say, but there was the right move at the right time with understanding like the state law that was going to be coming down. So we were able to maintain some local control. I really appreciated the work and the effort that went into in the beginning, being able to articulate what the CAG wanted, and things like the view shed and oak tree protection really stood out. So I appreciate the incorporation into this. That concludes my comments, and I'm comfortable for continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Now I'm ready, because I'm the last one. I'm late to the party. But I did watch some of the CAG meetings. This process started 16 years ago when you first created the AVSP. And I think a lot of time and effort has gone into it. And I think we as a city council and our staff have been living with it for so long that we feel that everybody should know about it. And that is not the case, as we have heard this evening. I'm very proud of what you've done. I really appreciate the endless hours that you have put in, and you have presented us with a wonderful document to work from. And I would like to share that with our business owners, and I'd like them to see what a good job you've done, and so they can appreciate everything that's in there. And I welcome their feedback. I mean, we're a community. We have to support our business owners, just as we have to support our residents. So I am all for giving you time to look at it. I think you will be very happy with what you see, but we would welcome feedback, and that's how I feel. Thank you.
We have the most agreeable city manager in the world. Every time I turn to him, he says, "That's fine." Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. I repeat all of the same comments and some of the things that, excuse me, after being on the council for so long, I remember sitting here thinking, the whole, what was the wording, that the residential had to be secondary to the commercial and retail, and that just, when a project came before us, it was like, aha, that's not a good way to have gone. We might have cut off our nose to spite our face, and that's when we first started talking about that maybe this needs, to be looked at again. So I'm really glad that we have. I think it's really important that we have a staff and a city manager and a council that is open to saying we need to make changes. We're just not going to look at this as black and white, and that we're flexible enough to have done that. I think that the decision to set up the CAG and have the Citizens Advisory Group, and I remember how happy we were with that group. They represented, it was a broad spectrum of people in our community from all different neighborhoods, including unincorporated Los Angeles County, and we're very proud of the group that we put together. I've talked to so many of those people over the years. They were honored to be on that CAG, and they felt like that they made a difference. They really felt like that they were listened to. So thank you for that, Ms. Thomas. They really did feel that they were listened to, and they were. And they had great suggestions, and they understood the vision, and the planning principles were great. Obviously the CAP and the wildlife-urban interface were important to all of us, so we were really glad. When we did it, I wasn't thinking that it was going to make your job easier. But I'm so glad that it turned out that way, that was, such an important move. One of the things that I've always been proud of this city is that, I'm really glad we didn't do this piecemeal, that we didn't try and, deal with amending the Agoura Village specific plan, and then coming back and amending the general plan, and then amending the this and that. There's so much that it seems that the more cohesive we can be is going to be an advantage to anybody who's going to come in and develop and build in the city of Agoura Hills. And we know we've heard over the years that it's difficult to build here. So I think this will be helpful, that people will know exactly where we're coming from. I also want to thank the staff for the continual updates, because although we're sitting here tonight, at 11:10, but we've been seeing this, and even being on Public Works, we've seen, the part that Jessica presented tonight, and so it just makes it so much easier for us when we are kept abreast every step of the way, and so that by the time it comes to a hearing, there weren't all that many questions because we've all seen it. So thank you for that. I think that's a great approach. As far as the crosswalk goes, I don't have a problem with that as long as it's, what I don't want to happen is that then it's expected that there's going to be a crosswalk on Cornell. There there could be a reason that there wouldn't be. Perhaps there's nowhere to cross to, but I don't have a problem with saying that, it's anticipated or it's a proposed crosswalk, because, obviously, if there's a place to cross, that's that we want to do to keep that pedestrian friendly. As far as the Native American statement, I have no problem with adding some language in there to point out, that we respect that we're on the land of our, the Native American ancestors, and that, they've taken such good care of the area that, we intend to do the same. Other than that, I think that that's all I have to say. And I don't have a problem with a short continuance, although I do want to say that if we are going to continue the Agoura Village specific plan, and it sounds like there's consensus to continue this item, I want to say that we're doing that as a courtesy, because for the record, the city has complied with all noticing requirements. It's been in the Acorn, it's been on the website, social media up the yin-yang, and so I just want to say that for the record, that there's nothing that we haven't done, and so we're doing that as a courtesy to Mr. Tucker and to anybody else out there who you say you've spoken to a few people who didn't know that that was coming tonight. So now it's on the website, and if you need something more than that, now it's, it's all put in. It was on the website, and now it's also it's a staff report. So if you go to watch council meetings, you'll be able to find it there. And if you still have questions, I'm sure you can contact Ms. Thomas, and she will send you a link. And so what I would suggest is that we reopen the public hearing so that we can, if you can come up, Mr. Tucker, then we can talk about a date, and we're proposing May 22nd of 2024.
Continuance that we can have this way of time, and I appreciate that effort. And I also want to, again, thank the staff. I know they've worked hard on it. It's not my purpose to try and delay it. I just want to have an opportunity to take a look at it.
Understandable.
And it would be nice in the future if people are notified who actually own property specifically. I don't think it would take a lot of effort to make sure that the actual property owners are in the specific plan are notified of meetings.
Well, I actually have a better recommendation.
Okay.
Why don't you get on the list?
Well, now
of
I will.
interested
I didn't know there was a list.
There's a list.
Now I know.
And I would suggest that you might want to start checking the website to see our notices, our agendas for meetings, because you have one of the most fabulous centers in the city of Agoura Hills, and we want you to be part of it. And
we want to be part of it, and I appreciate that. And
So-
again, thank you for helping us with the continuance. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll take a motion and a second to continue this public hearing to May 22nd of 2024.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester so moves.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
City Councilman Chris Anstead seconds.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call?
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Does anybody need a break, or can we power through? We have one more item.
Power through.
Power
through.
Okay. Let's see. So now we will go to our next item is a discussion to consider the approval of the Agoura Hills Calabasas Community Center transfer agreement. I'll now defer to City Manager Nathan Hamburger for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber and honorable council members. I will try to be brief, but because this has been something in the works for quite some time, so I want to thank the council and all the staff involved from both cities, Agoura Hills and Calabasas, to get to this point. We were looking for a long-term solution for the joint community center between Agoura Hills and Calabasas. As you recall, we had a short-term solution where they leased the facility from us. We have now, in writing, have a deal in front of you that would basically address the financial liability for the JPA, which is the pension from CalPERS. And that liability, the city of Calabasas has agreed in this transfer agreement to take on that financial responsibility in perpetuity. And in exchange, the city of Agoura Hills will be giving relinquish its rights to the property and building, and Just as a side note, in the agreement, you'll also note that the requirement that the property is kept open to all members of the public, no matter where you reside, and the building and facility will be used for recreational purposes will remain intact. And so tonight we are pleased to present this agreement. City Attorney Candace Lee and I have worked alongside with Ms. Brink and Mr. Ibanez, and I want to thank Ken and Meek over in Calabasas for all of his willingness to work with us and openness and communication. And so this is presented to you for consideration. I can also just, as my final note, the City of Calabasas is reviewing this item on their council agenda the same evening, as well as the first step, which is the intent to transfer the PERS liability from the Joint Community Center under the City of Calabasas agreement. So it's a multi-step process, as you recall. They've done, both of those were on their agenda this evening. So with that, I'll...
And do you have the results yet?
I don't. I was waiting for the text.
They've
I haven't
probably
seen it
done
yet.
hours ago.
They're probably done. But.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hamburger? Nobody? Okay, not seeing any questions. Then let's discuss it. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Klein-Lopez because she has been she has been our little hero for being on the Agoura Hills Calabasas Community Center since she got on the council. We told her it would be a fabulous position for her.
Hero? I'm not sure that. I think some people might have other names for me regarding this. Thank you, Mayor. I did become the vice chair of the Agoura Hills Calabasas Community Center in late 2018 after election, and then eventually became chair and swap every other year with Councilmember Bazagian from Calabasas. And as you know, shortly after that, we shut down for, I think, exactly 4 years because of the COVID pandemic. The big delay in getting us open was infrastructure, structural. We had a lot of issues with the roof and the floors and some of the damage from the rains and things like that. And so it was really important to keep the JPA intact and work with the two cities. We got millions of dollars in grants, and we got to a place where the facility was functional, but then we were faced with how to keep it open long-term, and Calabasas stepped up to do this. But the issue with the JPA is if we were to dissolve the JPA, then we would have to come up with we would have a big liability for our pension funds. And so that was another issue that we had to really work through that has been taking so long. So I'm very happy to say that we have found a resolution for that. I thank Calabasas for being willing to take on that liability in exchange for the land, which allows them to operate that as part of the City of Calabasas. The next step would be for us to dissolve the JPA. And so I can save my comments about the community center and what it means to the community maybe for that meeting when it's not almost midnight. But that's pretty much the history of how we got to this point, and we've been keeping the council up to date on it. And if you have any questions, please let me know. But I'm very happy that the most important thing is we found a solution that keeps the Agoura Hills, that keeps the community center, which is now going to be known as the Calabasas Community Center, open to the public at large, and back into the function that it's been meant to be serving as after a 4-year closure. So thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else serve on the? You did, Councilmember
Yes.
Penny Sylvester. Go for
My
it. Mayor
first
Pro Tem.
role when I
Yeah.
started
Yeah.
volunteering with the city was as an alternate board member for the Agoura Hills Calabasas Community Center. And I am thrilled that we have come to this resolution because our residents have lost nothing. We've actually gained because we now have a new roof and we have beautiful new equipment inside. We've redone the floors. I just think it's an excellent center, and our residents aren't losing anything because it's there for them to enjoy, and anybody who lives in the area, that they can enjoy it. And I'm very grateful that Calabasas has taken this on. I think it'll be a wonderful, it will continue to be a wonderful community recreation center for all the residents in the surrounding community.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
I can't top those comments. I think that's ditto on it, and I'm ready to move forward. I'm definitely ready to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolf.
Appreciate all the work that went into this. It's a really special place. I was a member when I was 13. And it serves, Liberty Canyon community is really close to it. So it serves, it's been so great, such a great resource, but then it was gone for 4 years, a lot of issues. I'm glad that we came to this resolution. Thank you to the city of Calabasas. Thank you to all the staff. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Debbie. And I'm excited to move forward.
Thank you. And I say ditto to everything that everybody else said. And I too thank the city of Calabasas for taking this on. I think it wasn't an easy thing to work through, and we did it. And I think that it makes both cities happy. And as the Mayor Pro Tem said, our residents lose nothing. They can still rent the facility. They can still work out there. They can, use it. And I think they're going to enjoy it. It's a more beautiful center now that the repairs have been made. And so good luck to Calabasas, and I'm ready to move on. What do you need from us? Do you need a motion? Okay, so let's have a motion.
I will
let's
make a
see.
motion
Go ahead.
to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, great.
And Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester seconds.
Thank you. And let's have, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call?
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you so much. And the next regular city council meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, in the council chambers of the Civic Center located at 30001 Ladyface Court, Agoura Hills, California. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.